Un, deux. Un, deux. Est-ce que tu m'entends en haut? Yes, Marvin. Est-ce que tu m'entends? Ouais. Moi, si toi tu retournes. Attends. Cédric, est-ce que le son revient? Please confirm. Oui, allez.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, je suis sur le canal français. Ouais, je vais sur l'anglais.
Test 1, 2, parfait, on est bon.
Un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux.
Je fais que annoncer pour le plateau média. Donc on n'annonce pas le programme. Ok.
Test.
Un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux.
On est bon. Il y a du son.
Un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux. Ah la lila. Ah la lila de mon maman. Ah la lila.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous. C'est là. Non, pas du tout. 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test.
Ok.
On va faire un truc relax. Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue à ce live en direct de notre forum Dialogue entre l'Afrique et l'Europe. Bonjour Edine, comment vas-tu?
Bonjour, je vais très bien, je suis très content d'être là et je suis super content qu'aujourd'hui on aura beaucoup d'activités et on sera en live ici et sur tous les réseaux sociaux, sur la page Facebook
Et
et YouTube
de
l'Institut français de Maurice. Donc aujourd'hui on est là, on va découvrir un petit peu le programme et puis on va vous parler de ce qui va se passer un peu de la journée.
On aura la chance d'être en multiplex à partir de 14h avec Paris, Tana et Maurice. C'est pas rien quand même.
Ouais, c'est pas rien, on sera
Mais
partout
partout dans le monde.
Ouais.
Et j'espère que vous serez en live pour partager ça avec nous.
Oui.
Et aujourd'hui, c'est un temps très pluvieux à Maurice, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'il n'y a pas du soleil dans nos cœurs. Et on a envie, avec ce soleil, de vous présenter ce programme du
Oui,
jour.
alors, le programme, attention.
Ah,
voilà.
Magnifique,
Voilà.
quel magicien.
C'est ça.
Donc à partir de 14h et ce jusqu'à 16h30, nous aurons un moment d'échange,
Ouais.
ici, là-bas, l'identité par-delà les frontières. Mais il me semble que ce moment d'échange qui sera diffusé en live sera ponctué de quelques performances. Tu peux m'en dire plus,
Oui,
Edine?
alors des performances qui viennent de l'atelier des cultures urbaines.
Ouais.
Alors comme vous voyez ici, on est déjà sur un plateau de danse et il y aura beaucoup de performances, il y aura du breakdance, il y aura aussi de la BMX, on a une petite bicyclette là-bas, je ne sais pas si vous voyez. Et on aura de la danse hip-hop, breakdance et tout ça, il y aura des intermèdes où ils vont venir parler de un peu comment ça se passait pour les 3 jours d'exercice.
Et ils
de
ont eu
pratique.
2 jours pour se préparer justement pour ces moments-là. Donc ce sera des vraies performances avec des artistes de partout, de tous les horizons. Pour rappel, la thématique d'ailleurs, c'est l'horizon par-delà les frontières, la thématique de ces 3 jours. Donc on sera en plein dans le thème. Ensuite, pour faire suite à notre programme, après le moment débat, le live sera malheureusement terminé, mais ce ne sera pas une fin pour tout le monde, puisqu'on aura un petit moment de jam session pour les Mauriciens présents et les personnes mobilisées pour ça. Je vous assure que ce sera bien et promis, on postera pour vous aussi, on ne vous oublie pas.
Jam session aussi, on aura du slam, on aura beaucoup d'activités, tous les artistes seront là et ce sera un peu la fête. Donc si vous voulez,
Vous joindre à nous,
bah, vous venez physiquement. Bon,
c'est
après,
le moment.
voilà.
Et puis
Ensuite-
enfin, on pourra se quitter pour laisser un petit peu le flambeau à la Côte d'Ivoire qui annoncera sa 5e édition pour ce forum.
Oui.
Mais
Oui,
en
oui,
attendant, on va pouvoir laisser la parole à Mailing pour enfin pouvoir reprendre le plateau média. Merci.
Méline, à toi.
Français de Maurice, ici Méling Balou. Merci donc à Edine, merci Clémence pour ce très beau discours, cette belle intro. Merci à vous deux. Alors, comme je vous le disais, je suis Méling Balou, votre journaliste audiovisuel Plateau Média pour la 3e journée du forum Notre Futur Dialogue Afrique-Europe. Autant vous dire, chers internautes, que vous aurez droit à une véritable immersion au cœur des échanges entre la jeunesse de Maurice, mais pas que, des îles voisines également, d'Afrique de l'Est ou encore d'Europe. L'Institut français, vous l'aurez compris, mesdames et messieurs, devient le théâtre de nouvelles perspectives, une continuation on va dire, de l'aventure intellectuelle qu'on a démarrée vendredi et culturelle également, après des éditions mémorables en Afrique du Sud, au Cameroun et en Algérie, sous le thème central de cette année, l'horizon par-delà les frontières. Nous sommes donc invités à repenser nos idées préconçues et surtout à construire ensemble un futur prometteur. Alors, avant de plonger dans les débats animés de la journée, je vous propose là tout de suite de revenir ensemble sur les moments marquants de la journée d'hier à travers une petite vidéo récapitulative. Allez, c'est parti, récap en images, c'est maintenant. Regardez. compris, chers internautes, nous sommes donc en direct sur la page de l'Institut français de Maurice. Je suis Méline Balou, votre journaliste audiovisuel, et nous aurons plein de belles surprises pour vous, à commencer par notre invité, le tout premier invité. J'ai le privilège d'accueillir une figure exceptionnelle du journalisme et de l'éducation, une voix qui a résonné dans les médias et au-delà, Édouard Zambo. Édouard est bien plus qu'un professionnel chevronné. Il est un bâtisseur de ponts entre les générations, les cultures aussi et les idées, de la couverture des accords d'Oslo en 1993 à Jérusalem à la création de projets novateurs tels que Périphérie ou encore la zone d'expression prioritaire. Édouard Zambo, mesdames et messieurs, a constamment repoussé les limites pour donner voix à ceux dont les histoires sont souvent reléguées à l'ombre. Aujourd'hui, eh bien, il se joint à nous pour discuter du forum Futur Dialogue Afrique-Europe, un terrain fertile, je vais le dire comme ça, où la jeunesse de Maurice, des îles voisines, d'Afrique de l'Est ou encore d'Europe se réunit pour imaginer un avenir au-delà des frontières. Alors accrochez-vous, chers internautes, car nous plongerons dans une conversation qui explore non seulement son parcours remarquable, mais aussi les perspectives uniques qu'il apporte à ce dialogue transcontinental. Bienvenue, Édouard Zambo.
Bonjour, merci.
Comment ça va?
Bien.
Votre première fois à l'île Maurice?
Non, j'étais venu 3 ou 4 fois déjà avant.
Et qu'est-ce qui a changé depuis? Pas mal de choses.
J'ai pas eu le temps de beaucoup me promener là. Cette fois-ci, on est passé d'ici à Maïbourg et de Maïbourg à ici, donc je vous dirai pas ce qui a changé, je n'en sais rien.
L'occasion, pourquoi pas, de proposer une autre interview à ce moment-là.
Oui, pourquoi pas.
Mais pour démarrer notre interview actuelle, pour commencer, est-ce que vous pouvez nous partager votre perspective sur l'importance de dialogues intercontinentaux tels que le forum Futur Dialogue Afrique-Europe?
C'est une évidence de dire qu'elle est indispensable, enfin que ce dialogue est indispensable. L'ancien journaliste d'RFI que je suis ne va pas vous dire le contraire. Cette chaîne s'y emploie, les instituts français s'y emploient à droite et à gauche à travers le monde. Ce qui est, je crois, particulier dans ce qui s'est passé depuis 3 jours ici, c'est que tout le monde est venu pour écouter,
Oui.
autant que pour parler. Et c'est probablement la marque de fabrique de ce forum. C'est qu'il était très horizontal, très co-construit, très co-constructif, et qu'il y avait personne ne détenait une vérité à livrer, et tout s'est construit au fil de l'eau, au fur et à mesure. Et pour ça, ces quelques jours ont quelque chose de rare et de précieux, je trouve.
Donc ces dialogues sont cruciaux pour créer des ponts entre les continents, en particulier entre l'Afrique et l'Europe aussi. Et ils offrent une plateforme unique pour la jeunesse de différents horizons de réfléchir, imaginer et construire ensemble un futur commun. Votre carrière, Édouard, a été marquée par des initiatives impliquant la jeunesse, de l'émission Territoire de jeunesse à la création de ZEP. Alors comment voyez-vous le rôle des jeunes dans la définition de notre avenir commun ?
En fait, je ne vois pas de rôle à la jeunesse. Je voudrais juste qu'elle puisse prendre le sien, qui est central, essentiel. C'est encore une fois une évidence de dire que les jeunes sont l'avenir. Une fois qu'on a dit ça, on n'a rien dit. Et que c'est très bien de créer des espaces de dialogue, mais il faut qu'il y ait quelqu'un pour écouter.
Bien sûr.
Et que voilà, donc mon enjeu depuis effectivement quelques années, je ne sais pas si on peut parler de carrière, c'est un grand mot, c'est d'essayer effectivement d'inventer des dispositifs, de créer des choses à droite et à gauche qui permettent de faire entendre une voix, une parole qui est portée par des jeunes qui ont 1000 choses à raconter et 1000 choses à nous apprendre.
Bien
Moi,
sûr.
je suis malheureusement plus très jeune et donc je ne sais pas ce que ça veut dire d'avoir 20 ans. Je ne sais plus. Je peux rétrospectivement vous raconter ce que ça voulait dire quand moi j'avais 20 ans.
Allez-y, vous pouvez le faire.
Mais aujourd'hui, je ne sais pas. Et donc, c'est ça. Et donc, il faut arriver à créer les outils. Il faut arriver à créer la qualité, parce qu'il ne suffit pas de crier pour se faire entendre. On peut tout dire, mais pas n'importe comment. Et c'est ça, entre autres, particulièrement le projet de la zone d'expression prioritaire, la ZEP, qui est un dispositif d'accompagnement à l'écriture, qui m'amène ici, d'ailleurs. C'est pour cette raison que je suis venu à l'invitation de l'Institut français, pour raconter un peu ce que fait la zone d'expression prioritaire. Et voilà, et d'essayer d'ouvrir des coins pour que les jeunesses françaises, mauriciennes, de l'océan Indien, des Outre-mer, puissent élaborer le récit de leur vie et se faire entendre et se faire lire. Parce que nous, on est principalement centré sur l'écriture.
Les jeunes sont donc les architectes de demain.
Oui, ils sont plus que les architectes. S'ils étaient les architectes, l'architecte de ce bâtiment, il l'a dessiné et puis il a laissé les clés à quelqu'un d'autre. Les jeunes, ils ne nous laisseront pas la clé, au contraire. Nous devrions être les architectes de demain pour qu'eux puissent bien profiter du bâtiment qu'on leur laisse.
Parlons à présent de votre engagement dans l'éducation et la médiation. Comment ces aspects contribuent-ils à construire des ponts entre les différentes réalités que vous avez explorées, vous, au fil de votre carrière?
C'est aux autres qu'il faudrait demander ça.
On aime bien avoir un point de vue personnel aussi.
Oui, mais je ne suis pas sûr d'être... en quoi ils construisent des ponts grâce aux médias de la zone d'expression prioritaire. Vous pouvez, d'ici, aller lire des récits de la jeunesse française. J'espère que demain, après-demain, dans quelques semaines ou mois, des jeunes Français, des jeunes Comoriens pourront, en se connectant sur une plateforme, lire des récits de la jeunesse mauricienne, et puis que la jeunesse mauricienne pourra lire des récits de la jeunesse réunionnaise.
C'est vrai,
voilà,
il y a un partage.
Voilà, c'est tout ce projet autour duquel on a commencé à réfléchir depuis quelques semaines, et puis très précisément toute la matinée avec Muriel, Géraldine Hennequin et Shénaz Patel, pour voir comment est-ce qu'on pouvait essayer d'amorcer une sorte de fabrique du récit où les jeunes se raconteraient eux-mêmes et redeviendraient en quelque sorte propriétaires de leur histoire. C'est compliqué dans la vie quand on est condamné à être raconté par les autres.
C'est vrai, c'est
voilà,
différent.
Vous avez le droit de raconter votre histoire. Il y a plein de jeunes Mauriciens qui ne se sentent pas capables ou pas légitimes pour le faire. Et c'est pour ça qu'on est là.
Là pour changer cela, justement. Vous avez tout dit. Vous avez également été impliqué dans des projets cinématographiques. Comment le médium du film contribue-t-il, selon vous, à donner une voix à des réalités souvent méconnues?
Alors, le cinéma a quelque chose de très particulier, c'est le temps.
Le cinéma a aussi le pouvoir de capturer des histoires.
Oui, mais on se donne du temps. Faire un film pour le cinéma, ça a été une petite aventure qui m'a occupé 3 ans dans ma vie.
Oui.
Donc, c'est pas quelque chose d'éphémère. Et puis, je voulais absolument, sur cette histoire, pour ce film qui s'appelle Un jour ça ira, qui est un film sur l'écriture d'ailleurs, lui aussi, qui est un film sur comment est-ce que des jeunes, dans un centre d'hébergement d'urgence en France, transcendent, dépassent leur réalité très difficile en l'écrivant, en
L'histoire
écrivant.
poignante de J.B.
Voilà,
et Ange.
Exactement. Et le cinéma, ça oblige à faire quelque chose de beau, parce qu'on le montre dans une salle, sur un grand écran. Donc on a un souci d'esthétique. Et moi, je voulais... Ces personnages, je les ai d'abord rencontrés quand je faisais de la radio. Et j'ai été faire un reportage pour la radio, et c'était un chouette reportage que j'ai adoré faire. Mais en faisant ce reportage, je me suis dit, ces personnages... J'ai envie de les emmener dans un écrin de cinéma, dans quelque chose de plus grand, de plus beau, de plus esthétique, de plus travaillé, avec plus de temps. Donc, faisons donc du cinéma. C'était un pari. Moi, voilà, mon but dans la vie, c'est de faire des choses que j'ai jamais faites avant.
Et vous avez bien raison. Saïra aborde des thèmes sociaux sensibles. Alors comment avez-vous navigué quelque part, Édouard, dans l'équilibre entre la nécessité de sensibiliser et celle de créer une expérience cinématographique engageante pour le public?
Comment j'ai navigué sur ma barque, comme toujours? J'ai navigué à vue, à l'instinct, à l'envie, en essayant de... Voilà, j'ai une idée, j'essaie de la faire prospérer. Si je trouve la possibilité de la faire, je la mets en œuvre. Et puis j'essaie d'en avoir une autre après.
C'est aussi simple que ça.
Voilà.
Votre travail a également été récompensé par plusieurs prix, dont le prix de la Fondation Varenne, le prix Stop au cliché. Alors comment ces reconnaissances ont-elles influencé votre approche du cinéma documentaire et votre engagement dans des projets sociaux?
On est toujours très content de recevoir des prix, ça fait plaisir. Celui de la Fondation Varenne est un prix très prestigieux, très reconnu par la profession des journalistes en radio particulièrement. Il se trouve que j'ai eu la chance d'être récompensé 2 fois par le prix Varenne, donc par un prix Varenne, pardon. Je l'ai pris comme un encouragement. J'ai eu la première fois que j'ai été récompensé par Varenne, c'est juste quand j'arrivais à France Inter. Je venais de créer cette émission la première année, donc je l'ai ressenti comme un encouragement à continuer. Et puis finalement, ils ne s'étaient pas trompés parce que je suis resté 12 ou 13 ans à tenir cette émission sur l'antenne de France Inter.
Vous êtes un passionné de radio aussi, ça se voit, ça s'entend.
Ouais, je sais pas.
Comment envisagez-vous, Édouard, le rôle du cinéma dans la promotion de la conscience sociale?
Alors,
j'aime beaucoup le cinéma. Je pense que
vaste
vous avez
sujet. Il faudrait mieux poser cette question à Ken Loach qu'à moi. Je pense qu'il aurait plus à vous en dire. Le cinéma est une façon, enfin en tout cas a été pour moi une façon de raconter le réel. Moi, je suis un artisan journaliste, donc je suis contraint parce que je ne sais pas inventer. Je n'ai pas le talent de la fiction, malheureusement. Donc, le cinéma permet de raconter des choses vraies, des choses vues, mais en essayant de les magnifier, de les rendre encore plus belles, de leur donner une dimension cinématographique. C'est un mot un peu galvaudé, mais voilà, il permet ça, le cinéma. Donc, c'est comme la différence entre le dessin et la peinture, voilà. Mais j'adore la radio, j'ai une passion pour la radio, j'aime tout ce que peut suggérer la radio, j'aime la voix sans l'image, j'aime le reportage radio, j'aime la prise de son. Donc je suis vraiment effectivement un passionné de radio. Le cinéma, c'est une aventure.
Passionné de radio, oui, mais peut-être qu'on aura droit à un audio-documentaire prochainement, pourquoi pas.
J'en ai fait 2. C'est des incursions, voilà. C'est des pas de côté pour moi. Mais je ne crois pas avoir. D'abord, c'est pas mon métier. Je suis obligé de le faire avec d'autres gens, et puis j'aime bien travailler dans mon coin. Et puis c'est beaucoup de travail, beaucoup de temps. Et puis il faut une histoire pour le cinéma, donc peut-être, mais en tout cas là aujourd'hui j'ai pas de projet dans les...
On verra bien ce que le futur nous réserve. Et enfin, Édouard, qu'espérez-vous voir émerger de ce forum Futur Dialogue Afrique-Europe, et quel message finalement aimeriez-vous transmettre à la jeunesse impliquée qui nous regarde sans doute ou qui nous suivent, les jeunes qui nous suivent?
Ce que j'aimerais voir émerger, c'est ce qui est l'intention de ce forum, ce qui a été organisé, ce que je vous disais au début, c'est-à-dire cette volonté d'horizontalité que vraiment je trouve très précieuse. Je le redis d'habitude, souvent, on va dire, dans ce genre de manifestation, il y a des gens à la tribune qui parlent à des gens dans la salle. Et puis il y a des gens dans la salle qui écoutent, et ça s'arrête là. Et l'interaction est descendante. Là, il y a quelque chose de beaucoup plus rhizomique. Alors, voilà, on voit en marge de tous les ateliers, il y a plein d'ateliers très intéressants qui se sont déroulés. Moi, je viens d'une île en Bretagne, donc j'ai été forcément très sensible à la question insulaire qui a été posée hier. Il y a eu un travail qui va manifestement, si j'ai bien compris, se matérialiser ce soir autour d'une sorte de créolisation de la cuisine, qui est super. Il y a eu un boulot autour de l'invention d'universités afropéennes. Quelle utopie si on arrivait à créer une utopie.
Quelle fusion, quelle belle fusion.
Voilà, et puis quelle belle utopie, une université afropéenne. Donc voilà, j'espère qu'il en sortira, que les bourgeons qui sont apparus là pendant 3 jours fleuriront. Voilà ce que j'espère. Et que tous les gens qui se sont rencontrés dans les ateliers, en marge, à côté, en discutant, en allant boire un coup à la buvette hier à Maïbourg, etc., décideront de faire des choses ensemble demain, après-demain et dans les années... C'est une zone unitaire, cet océan Indien là, qui va d'ici et à Mayotte, en passant par les Comores, Mada, la Réunion, les Seychelles, enfin voilà.
Donc on espère voir émerger des idées audacieuses et pourquoi pas des collaborations fructueuses.
Ah ben, j'espère bien qu'on va voir émerger des idées audacieuses, et j'espère bien que celle qui est amorcée par l'Institut français de Maurice, d'essayer de créer, d'inventer un écrin pour accueillir et diffuser la parole des jeunesses de ces territoires pour avoir le jour. En tout cas, nous, à la zone d'expression prioritaire, on est déterminés à essayer de donner le coup de main qu'on peut si on est utile.
Merci infiniment, Édouard, d'avoir été des nôtres. C'était un plaisir de vous avoir avec nous sur ce plateau média. Et quant à vous, chers internautes, on vous donne rendez-vous tout à l'heure, dans quelques instants. On revient tout de suite.
Salut, salut, c'est Didi Joke. Alors, je suis encore là, oui, pour l'immersion, bien sûr. Et je suppose, je ne sais pas, où est Tejaswini? Est-ce qu'elle va être avec moi? Non, elle ne va pas être avec moi aujourd'hui. Mais laissez-moi vous dire que là, on est le 3e jour du forum. Alors, le forum, déjà, je vais vous dire quelque chose. D'habitude, je pratique une chose qu'on appelle la pauvreté. La pauvreté, je suis surtout la vie en ce moment, c'est très dur, mais je suis riche. Je suis riche en échanges. Franchement, j'ai eu beaucoup d'échanges pendant ces 3 jours et c'est pas encore fini. Là, c'est que le commencement. J'ai eu beaucoup d'échanges. Je suis riche en connaissances aujourd'hui et c'est quelque chose de merveilleux. Grâce à ce forum, j'ai appris beaucoup de choses. J'ai fait beaucoup de connaissances et aujourd'hui, là, je suis un petit peu dans mon univers parce que là, on va passer à l'univers urbain, la culture urbaine. Alors, j'aurai besoin, bien sûr, des performeurs urbains pour nous parler un petit peu des 3 jours qu'ils ont passés ensemble pour préparer un show, un super show pour vous. Donc, quoi de neuf les potos? Je vais arriver vers vous là. Quoi de neuf les potos, est-ce que ça va? Donc, nous avons panoplie d'artistes urbains. Donc, on a BMX, bien sûr. Alors, tu vas bien?
Oui, ça va super.
Bon, je le répète, il ne s'appelle pas BMX, il s'appelle Thomas Payette, il nous vient de l'île de la Réunion. Alors, tu vas bien toi?
Oui, moi ça va, je suis content d'être ici. J'espère que ce qu'on va faire va plaire à tout le monde et changer un petit peu les idées avec le débat, etc.
Donc, pour te dire, moi, juste l'échauffement, ça m'a ultra plu. J'étais super chaud quand je vous ai vu. Donc, il y a eu beaucoup d'applaudissements aussi. Hein. Juste, c'est l'échauffement qui est comme ça. Donc, ça rassure bien. Donc, là, on va être avec Nicolas, le coordinateur, bien sûr, de tout cela. Et déjà, quand toi, tu m'as juste expliqué un petit peu comment ça va se passer, j'ai eu des frissons. Ah ouais, moi, je suis hyper hype, tu vois. Je suis hype pour juste, il me dit comment ça va se passer. Donc, bien sûr, tu peux hyper les gens qui nous regardent aussi, si tu veux, Nicolas. Donc, présente-toi un petit peu et dis-nous, voilà, comment ça s'est passé pour ces 3 jours.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. En fait, ça s'est super bien passé. Déjà, on s'est rencontrés parce que là, tous les participants des expressions artistiques là, viennent de plusieurs îles et plusieurs pays. Donc, il y en a de Madagascar, de Maurice, bien entendu, de l'île de la Réunion, de Rodrigue, du Kenya. Et donc, tout le monde s'est rencontré sur 6 disciplines différentes. Il y a le BMX, le skate, l'expression orale avec le slam et le chant. Il y a les graffeurs. Et puis, qu'est-ce que j'ai oublié? J'ai oublié quoi encore? La danse, pardon. Les danseuses et danseurs. Le skate, je l'ai déjà dit. Et donc ça, c'est une rencontre de toutes ces disciplines et de toutes les personnes et de toutes les expressions urbaines qu'on va essayer de mettre, qu'on a essayé de mettre tous ensemble. Enfin, c'est ce que vont faire les artistes. Moi, j'étais juste là pour coordonner, pour proposer des formats. Et voilà, vous allez découvrir. Je ne vais pas trop en dire parce qu'après, je vais dévoiler tout.
Mais c'est ça, c'est juste un trailer, comme si toudoum, pour préparer le public à tout ça. Donc déjà, vous nous avez dit, il y aura de la danse. Bon, bien sûr, la danse urbaine, il y a beaucoup de types de danse, tels que le rap aussi, ça englobe beaucoup de choses. Donc nous allons danse, nous avons des graffeurs qui sont en train de graffer en ce moment même, là-bas, ils ont dû être à l'intérieur, ils sont mis à l'intérieur à cause de la pluie. Ce méchant temps pluvieux aujourd'hui, mais ça ne va pas vous arrêter quand même. Non, parce que la culture urbaine, c'est une culture qui est née dans des difficultés aussi. Parce que la culture urbaine, c'est une culture qui est née sur la rue. La plupart du temps, c'est pour dénoncer quelque chose de difficile, tel que les graffeurs même. Avant, ils peignaient, ils taguaient sur les murs, sur les fresques, pour montrer leur indignation pour certaines choses. Année après année, les gens ont commencé à avoir du goût, je pense. Ils se sont dit, ah mais c'est joli quand même ça, ça fait partie de la culture ça, même le BMX, même les skates, etc. Donc c'est quelque chose de très important maintenant. C'est pour ça que l'Institut de France vous accueille aujourd'hui et vous permet de montrer, et c'est un honneur pour l'Institut de France de vous accueillir aussi aujourd'hui. Et même à côté, nous avons le slammer, le rappeur, Stewell Son. Excuse-moi, à chaque fois j'oublie le de. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. J'aime bien le son, tu vois. Je le saute à chaque fois. Alors, toi, est-ce que ça va et comment tu as vécu ces 3 jours, toi?
Alors, bonjour avant tout. S'il y a une chose que j'ai beaucoup aimé dans cette aventure qui a duré 3 jours, c'est la rencontre avec les artistes de différentes îles. On a pu partager un petit peu sur la différence de culture. On s'est connus, on a passé des bons moments. On a travaillé ensemble et on a monté quelque chose de sympa.
And other participants, yes, that meeting with the others really went well. So things went well for the show that we are putting up together, and you will see it on stage later on. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for it. I mean, I already know it as you're a Mauritian, and I know your art. You have an album coming out. So this album is called Grand Noir, and obviously available on all stream platforms. You know, YouTube, Spotify, etc. So do not hesitate to follow Stewell. Next to Stewell, we have Noemi. Noemi, what do you do? Introduce yourself. Tell us about you. And tell us about your art and the 3-day forum of the artists. Right, my name is Noemi. I'm very happy to be here. I've met great people who really helped me in moving forward. It is a great experience, and honestly, I was doubtful, and I'm very happy to be with you guys. New meetings and helping us in improving. So despite the rain, there were many difficulties. We won't hide it, but we are warriors. We are moving forward. We are going with the flow. Very happy to see you guys. Very happy to see the youth being put forward here. Can you tell us more about skateboarding in Mauritius or elsewhere, especially for girls? I mean, like you, how is it going? Well, we can see that more and more girls are joining in. When I started, indeed, there were not many girls, and it was not very easy. I was actually doing my sport, my art in my little corner. And in Mauritius, yes, indeed, it is tough to skateboard, and wherever we go, we get pushed away. So it is annoying, but just so you know that skateboarding is an art as any other art. It is part of an art. It is like, you know, singing, dancing, doing sports, playing soccer. So it's just a way to express yourself and to get away. Unfortunately, in Mauritius, we cannot do it freely. We have the feeling that we are being hindered to do what we are good at. This is why we have skateboarders next door, and earlier on I was having a chat with them, and I was asking them why skateboard is always, undermined. So, and every time a skate park is put together, it's always we always have to pay for it. But normally a skate park is meant to be free of charge, and everyone can just pop in, right? And that's it. Obviously, there are. We need to be safe, prudent. So as you can see next to you, you have Prudence. Prudence Agathe, who's from Rodrigues Island. Tell us about you, what you do, and the 3-day forum. Right, throughout those 3 days, I have discovered wonderful people. I had the chance to work with them, and obviously it was just a rainbow when we put all of those together. But when it comes to urban culture, we'll be doing a dance show, contemporary dance, and maybe a bit of hip-hop. There you go. And you will discover later on during the show. Yes, indeed, we will discover. As I told you on Friday when we had a chat, I was looking forward for your show when she told me about her her story, we were all moved, and now we are looking forward for your show. So we are mouth-watering here. So thank you. Next one, we have other dancers, dance performers. Sorry. So, how about you? Your name is Dora, right? Not Dora the Explorer. So tell us about you and your preparation. How do you feel about the performance to come? Well, to start, and as we were saying, there's a real sharing of experience here. And when we talk about sharing, personally, it has been an opportunity in facing and assess my capacity pertaining to dance. I mean, when I say facing contemporary dance, that is actually totally different from hip-hop and Afro dance. It was quite difficult at the beginning, just so you know, but the sharing of experience is just incredible. Thank you. And I believe that in any case it's an add-up to your range of dance performance that you do in contemporary dance, right? Or in urban dance. I mean, urban dance is a mixity of a lot of things you can do. A whole lot of dance performances. Thank you, Dora. The next one, coming all the way from Madagascar, Kayla, who actually bluffed us on Friday with her slam. She's a slammer. Tell us about the 3-day forum and the exchange of experience for you. Concerning the forum, the word that comes back, the key word is actually a real exchange of experience and a sharing of experience. What I would take away would be like the commonality that we have. We have something in common here, and the key feature here is that we managed to meet, and we can see that in the notion there is somewhat a real atmosphere and a nice one. Thank you, Kayla. We will get the chance to see you later on, I believe. We'll have fun during your show. I remember on Friday you were all shy about the slam that you had to perform. Now it is a prepared one. It will be totally different. Now let us go to the Mauritian skateboarders. How are you guys? Who would like to talk? Yes, you. Introduce yourself and tell us about skateboarding in Mauritius. If you need to say things out loud, say it. So, my name is Rasta. Just so you know, we often don't have the chance to practice our sport. So, and unfortunately, we get pushed away wherever we go, and as you can see, we are all mixed up. But we do not have a spot to practice. So it's just a way to get away. You feel like in a different universe. It's like surfing. You're surfing your wave and you're all relaxed. As for skateboarding, although you will fall, you will get hurt, but you will get back on your board. like a real warrior. So we are not here for nothing. We are here for our struggle and to come up with a skate park in Mauritius. Nice one, thank you. Can you please get a shot of all skaters just to show that, you know, we do have skateboarders in Mauritius, and this is a tiny, tiny part of them. What you just said is quite moving, and thank you very much. It will go forward, and the IFM will come up with a small skate park where you can meet up after school and practice your art, your sport, because it is a real sport, right? At the Olympic, I believe you are represented too. So thank you very much. So later on we will go to the drawings and our graphics. So I will now give back the floor to Mei-Ling, and it was DJ for you. Thank you.
Merci pour ce tour d'horizon.
Je vous rappelle que nous sommes en direct sur la page Facebook de l'Institut français de Maurice, mais également sur YouTube. Restez branchés, pas mal de belles choses à venir. Après cette immersion, nous allons plonger dans les profondeurs de l'expression poétique avec une lecture qui résonnera dans vos cœurs, j'en suis sûre. Sur le plateau aujourd'hui, et il est juste là, pas loin du plateau d'ailleurs, nous avons l'honneur d'accueillir un artiste engagé prêt à nous emporter dans un voyage de mots, de rythme et d'émotions. Sans plus attendre, je vous présente Joshua Uma. Il nous vient du Kenya, soit Poet Teardrop, ça c'est son pseudonyme, qui partagera avec nous un poème dont le titre est Daughter, When You're Grown, qui explore bien évidemment, comme vous l'aurez compris, la parentalité et les émotions qui vont avec. Préparez-vous, mesdames et messieurs, à être transportés dans un univers où les mots deviennent des notes et les sentiments une mélodie. Mesdames et messieurs, laissez-vous emporter par la magie de la poésie. C'est parti.
So daughter, when you're grown, just in case you want to grow up and be an insect, I don't want you to be fly. We all know that flies depend on waste. So daughter, when you're grown, just in case you want to grow up and be an insect, I want a man older than your father or the same age as your father want to court you. I want you. I don't do sugar daddy. So daughter, when you're grown, I don't want you to go for men who will not only spend for you, but men who will save for you and also invest in you. So daughter, when you're grown, I will build you a mansion so that you won't fall for men with cubes. So daughter, when you're grown, don't just go for men with biceps and triceps. I also want you to go for men with concepts. So daughter, when you're grown, don't be deceived by careers. I've come across soldiers protecting boundaries with their lives, but they couldn't protect their daughters at the age of an FGM knife. I've come across bloggers, web designers, socialites, spending more time on the internet than they did with their children's homework. I've come across doctors whose wives are so patient and they have never taken them for a date. So daughter, when you're grown and the world tells you to check what your mama gave you, I want you to shake your head in disagreement and tell them, this is what my mama gave me, a big head full of values, principles, and dignity. So daughter, when you are grown, I want you to start listening to your own conscience before you start listening to Vibes Cartel and Conscious, because their vibes makes me unconscious. So daughter, when you are grown, I want you to know that your body is a temple, holy and sanctified, and I've never seen a temple taking nudes and posting them on social media for the world to see, because one like from God is equivalent to 1 billion likes from men. So daughter, when you are grown, I want you to know that all great battles were won on knees. And any lady who goes on her knees every 6:30 will never twerk, bend over, or do the 6:30. So daughter, when you're grown, I want you to know that sometimes you don't have to fight for your rights. You can stand for your rights. You are Rosa Parks. You can also sit for your rights. Thank you. My name is Teardrops.
Quelle belle déclaration d'amour.
Wonderful declaration of love for his daughter. Daughter, when you're grown. Retour back on the plateau, on the platform, to greet on this platform quite a few young, engaged youth from this forum. So we're going to start this dialogue, Africa-Europe. Of course, we'll give them the opportunity to express themselves on this forum that has been extremely rich in terms of ideas, concepts, and so please take your mic. Good morning. Pleasure to have you with us. We have Andreas, and you come from Madagascar. And of course, we have Parvin. And Parvin is from Tanzania. So we happy to have you all with us. Could you share with us your first impressions on these 3 days of dialogue between Africa and Europe, and what type of, what has really touched you and really impregnated you? For me, it was a very enriching experience. I've learned a lot, and what I've really loved, I've had the opportunity to learn from the professionals. I've been able to work with Joël and Laureen. What was also extremely enriching, that they were always around us, supporting us, and they have allowed us to express ourselves, but we've had the opportunity to show what we can do, and they've believed in us, and they even used our work on the social media, and that was important for us because they formulated that in such a way that it was important for us. But just the experience of being there in that very important, in that very extended dialogue between Africa and Europe, and we felt that we were being listened to and our voice had a value. For me, it was extremely enriching too. Everything we learned here, it was something that we haven't learned in school. These were technical things that touched our art, and we had the opportunity to share with people in the professional world, at a professional level, of this artistic forum. And Parvin, what did you like most?
With the I want to start with the professional experience that I was able to learn. I didn't really know how to write articles really well or interview people, so that was very eye-opening.
Was it challenging?
Yes. During the 3 days, we've been taking a lot of hours. Some days people eat a bit later because, it's a bit difficult. But most of us in the team have been able to do really good jobs. Yeah, and the people, there's a very diverse group of people in this forum, and it's been very, very good to see. Some countries that I've never spoken to, as well as meeting fellow Middlesex students that I'd never seen on campus. It was really great to connect with them as well.
So you're glad to have done it. Will you renew this experience?
1000%, yes.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Alors, est-ce que maintenant vous pouvez nous parler de l'importance de...
Can you talk to us about the intercontinental exchanges and how can that influence your vision of the future?
Donc, comme c'est centré sur les jeunes.
Concentrate on your youth. And the youth need exchanges, they need to exchange their ideas and make things move. And they can't change a situation without new ideas. And then also there was the fact that, like us, we met quite a few professionals, and this will help us. For example, if we want to go in a training or a workshop, we know now to whom we can talk and to whom we have to address our meaning, our requests. So this is very. How would you describe the broad atmosphere and how do you think that this dialogue will create, will build bridges between Africa, Europe, the Indian Ocean Islands, and the continent? What's important, this was a platform where we have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of energy, and we like doing things, and very soon we don't know how to start something, but when we're guided, we succeed in doing. We felt that we're surrounded and supported then things start to move, and we feel that we can change the world. Why not? And that's my biggest wish for you. And then, would you have a few anecdotes for us? Yes, maybe I would like to share an anecdote. Yesterday, in fact, I don't know if it's my anecdote, but yesterday I had some people for an interview, and both didn't speak French at all. And I have a problem with English, so I had to do the interview in English and write up the article in French again. So that was pushing me out of my comfort zone for once. But I was successful in doing that, so that was very interesting and important. And what other inspiring ideas have you gathered through this forum over these 3 days? My message would be directed to the youth, rather. I would say believe in yourself and seize every single opportunity that comes to you, because all around us we have opportunities, except that as a young person, we don't believe in ourselves. We lack a little bit of confidence. We believe we can't do things, but we don't need to do things in a perfect way, but at least start doing things. And then if we need any help, the people around us, the elders or the professionals in the job will try and just, push us to try. So for me, we must, we need to give value to our ideas. Probably we won't have to the opportunity to put them into practice immediately, but maybe later we need to start that approach. We should
at this very moment.
So this is gonna be, okay, I don't know how this is gonna be taken, but if you're in uni, please look through your emails. That's where the opportunities are. I literally didn't know this was happening until a friend of mine sent it to me. So look through your emails. There's a lot of opportunities out there for us to learn new skills, have very different and eye-opening experiences. So they just have to be more aggressive and more open. Yeah.
I think you said it all. Thank you, everyone. Merci, merci.
I believe you said it all. Thank you, all three of you, for having been with us. We'll close this. We'll go and meet Dijok again and go back, immerse ourselves. That was the media platform. I was with them, and that was absolutely wonderful. We discovered quite a lot of things. We had a lot of opportunities. The funny part, well, we didn't have a lot of opportunities to touch on. I was happy to do that. We're going to go back and meet the taggers and look at their fresco, which is a very large. So we'll cross the room and go and meet the artists who are working on that fresco. There's quite a lot of people today. So let's go there. That's where we are. So that fresco is not finished, of course, not finished yet. We have the artist from Reunion. Sal, are you okay? We're in live. I know you're trying to, you're on a live, you're tagging furiously on that, you're grafting. Can you tell us how you prepared yourselves for this? I know it's not finished yet, but especially for today it's the third day. Well, for the first 2 days, how did you organize yourself? And how did the artists collaborate? Well, on Friday we met. We had different medium. We had skate, we had graffiti, and we had Kay, who was also a grafter. We had breakdance. all these medium we were living sort of next to each other, exchanging between ourselves, and we were all together. And then we tried to collaborate on the different ways of looking at art and our own art, our personal art, pieces of art. So we had a great time. So we're coloring a white wall. So that was extremely satisfying. And then Sahel from Reunion, thank you very much for your time. How much time do you giving yourself? How many hours? How many hours? Okay, an hour 30. So I'm starting to count. So we're going to stay. So we're just passing by, and so we are here with Luke Ash, who is doing now a second graffiti. Luke Ash, who is a grafter, is a Mauritian artist. Please explain to us that type of art. He's a little bit shy, but he's going to speak Creole, so that shouldn't be a problem. This is your language. You can speak Creole. We'll translate it for you. And explain to us the meeting with the urban artist that you've seen. It's the first time that you do something of the like. For the urban culture, I added some skateboarders, and we also mixed up some African scenes with Europe, like safari themes. How can you define yourself? Because you told me that, like we said, yeah, you were having a really great fun. You were doing that for fun, and today it's your job, I believe. You are a professional artist, I believe. Yeah, how would you define your style, and why you're so good in what you do? Well, I was enjoying all of that, and then I persisted and really started learning, and then I had a few orders, and then I was sharing quite a lot with some other of my friends, other artists, and with the team. And the team is very, very good. And then the sharing, you see that sharing is very important. And I hope you had some connections. So thank you very much. We're going to be ending this tour with Luc, H. Lucas. Thank you very much. We're going to give the mic back to Mei Ling. See you. Thank you, Dijok. Thank you again. And there we are, dear public, dear Facebookers, and we hope you've been following us on the YouTube. I'm Mei Ling Adu from the IFM, and I had the pleasure of presenting the various forums. And we had a very deep immersion into diversity and creativity. And we have been building bridges beyond borders, and then we have really established links. So that was a very fertile medium for audacious ideas and innovations. So we will conclude this forum, wonderful forum. Let's take with us this common energy, this richness, cultural richness, value necessary to build a future where every voice counts and for a better world. Thank you for your engagement, your passion, and your contribution to this dialogue. We'll see you again for other adventures on our video channel. Thank you. Thank you for your live today.
Clémence, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Qu'est-ce qui se passe maintenant?
Alors aujourd'hui, nous sommes toujours au forum.
Right, we are still during this third day of our forum, and normally at 1400 hours we were meant to start the multiplex platform with Paris, Madagascar and Mauritius. So for this we will welcome our guest so we welcome our guest for this part called Ici, Là-bas, Here and There. So we'll give the floor to a lot of people to talk about their experience. So I believe that there will be a lot of experiences and knowledge. So there will be some performing arts. So there will be graffiti, as you could see earlier on, graffiti artists, etc., skateboarders, slammers, hip hop artists, etc., etc. So we're looking forward to show you those performances. So for the meantime, we'll give the floor to Nathalie and Anushka.
Bonjour.
Hello everyone, and we will start this workshop called Here and There on borders, multiple identities, coming up beyond borders, actually within the Indian Ocean. That we have been talking about it since Friday. Thank you very much for joining us for this workshop. We are in direct communication with two other platforms in Antananarivo in Madagascar and Paris, France. I hope that the communication is good and well established, so there will be interaction between the three platforms. We'll start those discussions then and there. My name is Nathalie Bernarditai. I'm a geographer, and concerning this forum, so the Horizon Beyond Borders, we felt that it was interesting to talk about movement and movement of people. So those borders are not only borders, they are crossed by a lot of people, women and men, coming up and down, staying in a location, deciding to go back or not, staying in several locations too, and this is why we wanted to talk about it today with all the participants that actually who actually we will introduce to you. Welcome to this platform, and on the floor I will now give the floor to Anushka. Thank you, Nathalie, and a very good afternoon to you all, if not a good morning for some. Nathalie is a geographer, I'm a philosopher, so for both of us this theme was a point of interest, because at the beginning of humanity we always ask us who we are and who am I. So this question can be answered in a multiple way and alone, but pertaining to a certain context, to the territory we belong to and the borders we are surrounded by. So today we gave an interest to those who have this in their history and stories, migration, borders, and I believe that members of the diaspora that you are have something to say very interesting in view of this topic being identity. And diaspora etymologically means this diffusion, and in botanical words, we can make the comparison with something that we're plowing and trying to grow. Right. Let us now go round the table in Mauritius before giving the floor to Madagascar, followed by Paris, and where the moderators and the different participants will introduce themselves in a second and third fold. So first of all, let us give the floor to the participants in Mauritius. Good afternoon, my name is Fleur. I come from France and I came to Mauritius 14 years ago. I have created I came up with my businesses here, and yeah, that's it. Good afternoon. My name is Toviraj. I'm a teacher, French teacher, at the Lycée L'Abandonné in Mauritius. So I'm very happy to be with you guys. A bit nervous, with people looking at me all over, but I hope it will go well. Thank you. Hello. My name is Ezekia. I come from Madagascar, and I have been in Mauritius since 2009. Good afternoon, my name is Michael Apaya. My name is Michael. I was born in Réunion Island, France. After 20 years of engineering, in 2012 I relocated in Mauritius, and I work in environment and renewable energy sector. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, all of you. Tana, you have the floor. Tana, Madagascar, you have the floor. We cannot hear Antananarivo. We do not hear you guys in Madagascar. We now hear you. I was saying, my name is Riza Soul. I'm a photographer based in Tananarive. I was born in France and I decided to come back to Madagascar more than 10 years ago. Hello, my name is Marie-Laure. I'm a fashion designer, and I came back in 2019 in Madagascar in order to help. Hello, I'm a lecturer and researcher. I am French, and I am a Malagasy French born. And once again, as my colleagues, I am here to chip in. Hello. I am an artist, musician, interpreter, author, composer. I also produce other artists in Madagascar. I was born in Madagascar, born and bred in Madagascar, and 10 years ago I left and now back since 2 years, so as to contribute to the well-being of my country. Thank you. So, how about the moderators from Tana? We cannot see you guys. Hello? Hello? I hope you can see me. My name is Manon. I work with an association in Madagascar in a project called Projet Und. Thank you. Paris, we're listening to you. Hello, 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 everyone in Mauritius, Tana. My name is Maeva, moderator in Paris, and I've been in France since 2015, and I'm part of the association Malagasy Women Empowerment, and I'm very happy to be with you. Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Elliot. So thank you to the Malagasy Women Empowerment for organizing this event and the IFM in Mauritius. So I am the president of the association here in France, and I am studying in France, and thank you. Hello, my name is Nasuria from Comoros, founder of Child Clothing, but otherwise I was born in France and bred in France. Hello, my name is Devan Vudamale, a lecturer, researcher born in Mauritius, and did my studies in France, and at the end of my career I believe I will go back to Mauritius and in the Indian Ocean in order to carry on the work on those sensitive topics such as diaspora and humanities. So I guess I will come back on those issues during our debates. Thank you. I guess that all participants introduced themselves. Now let us go straight into our topic of interest. We will give you the floor in an organized manner while being smooth, of course, but what we would like to know is to better understand the journey, the desires, you know, or your motivation. Why do we leave? Why do we leave our home? Why do we take those, you know, geographical journeys of each and every one? Well, let us start with our participants here in Mauritius. And maybe better understand what motivated you in your journeys. Tuvira, well, you all have a peculiar journey, but tell us more about yours. All the way from India, going through Mauritius, and then England, France, and then Mauritius again. And I believe that you're not done yet. Thank you, Anushka. Yes, you can guess we don't really, you know, sometimes decide of our movements. Sometimes when we're young, we follow our families, right? I mean, as you can see out of my face, I'm from Indian origin, but Mauritian for sure. And the question is, why do we leave? First, the first one was a personal experience. When we are just a teenager, we just want to get away. We are living on an island. We just want to shoot out. My apologies for the terminologies and the vocabulary, but we are young. We definitely have an eye over the Western world. We listen to their music, etc. And culturally, we locate ourselves where the sun sets. And I left personally for studies in Europe, I did my studies in culture, philosophy, etc. It's not a brain drain. It's just a projection of what we want to become, right? When we're a teenager, we just imagine, we project ourselves. We are full of ideas. We are like a sponge, and we take everything in, and we are definitely naive. I would be honest, when I left, I was still a baby in my mind, in my love practices also, in my love life, and to be in contact with others. Yes, it's a matter of privacy, right? Nothing will be held against us, I understand. No, leaving is not just getting away. It's just a matter of projecting yourself and imagining yourself being someone else, being, the adult that we wanted to be, ultimately, that we are not, because we are in a constant evolution and mutation. So that would be more or less my journey. Anushka, thank you. And maybe before listening to the others, what would be interesting in your journey to Viraj, you came to Mauritius at the age of 4 and then went for studies, and you wanted to discover the world, but you still came back. So what was that will for coming back? Was it the insularity was missing you, or you were missing it? And as you said, it is the first time as an adult that you are living on the Mauritian territory. Yes, thank you. Yes, it is. It is a return post-COVID after 2 years of lockdown. So 2 years of stress, 2 years of people being always angry and annoyed. So I wanted to go elsewhere. So I've applied in South Africa, in Europe, in the Middle East. And at the last minute, before disconnecting to the server, I don't know if it was a sign from destiny, I saw a vacancy at the Lycée L'Abandonné in Mauritius. Given that it is a school that is highly demanded, highly rated, I was a bit pessimistic, but still I've applied. And my return to the country was made on a professional basis. I was recruited here. Was very happy to be back to Mauritius. I rediscovered the country. I am I'm in the south east of the island that I do not know at all. I don't have any families there, no friends. It's a really new beginning for me. So this movement is not a circular one, because we hope with my wife, who is here today, to to bounce back and go somewhere else. Thank you to Viraj for for those kind words. Now. Yes, for Madagascar and Paris, we will give you the phone, not to worry. I would like to come back to what you said, and this is quite important. When it comes to movement and migration, we thought that it was a linear thing, that we go from point A to B and then we go back and forth, thinking that those migrations were kind of determined and always in the same direction. And throughout your experience, we can see it clearly. And this is the experience shared by a lot of you here. You are moving around, meaning that it's not a point A to B, but there's a movement. You transit during your movements with a certain period of time, spending a certain period of time, and then you don't stay in one location for long, so you keep on moving depending on the opportunities you are getting. This is something important to mention. And then maybe give the floor to Christian to tell us that leaving a location is not always something that you wanted to. So the departure can be of the will it can emanate from someone else, It depends on, family issues, etc., etc. So, Christian. So, good afternoon again. Well, I have three first name: Ezekia, Nagafiska, Christian. So I said Ezekia because I was a bit stressed, but in Mauritius, people know me as Christian, because sometimes in terms of pronunciation, it's difficult for them. As a Malagasy, I didn't really choose to leave Madagascar when I was a kid. Even in Madagascar, we would not live in one specific location. With the job of my parents, we went to the north and then the northwest. We have always been moving around the country. Since my childhood, I didn't really stay in one specific location, with all the cousins and the whole family around. And in 2008, I was meant to come to Mauritius, but with the internal issues in Madagascar, I eventually left in 2009. I was rather sad, just so you know, because I had to leave my family. And back in the days, I started to build up some relationships with my family. So when I came in to Mauritius, it was kind of difficult. People would speak in Creole, for instance. In Madagascar, we speak Malagasy and French, definitely not Creole. So language was a barrier. And I was in the south of Mauritius, and it was really two extreme points. When you talk in French, people wouldn't interact with you. So I was compelled to learn Creole, and within 2 months, to speak it fluently, as it was a prerequisite for me to be able to adapt and blend in. So sometimes it's not really a choice, it's rather an obligation, and an obligation towards the family too. And to end rapidly, it is important to put forward Christians' experiences and with Michael's and Fleur. So, Michael, as you said, you come from next door, Reunion Island, and you decided to come to Mauritius. You said it. Sometimes we have this. We need to follow a certain trajectory. How about Madagascar in Tana? Maybe give us a few ideas. What motivated you to leave? Was it a choice, or were you compelled to?
Yes. What has pushed you to come back to Madagascar? It's a little bit like what my Malagasy and Mauritian friends just said. I came quite late back to Madagascar. When I came back, I had came back 10 years back, but the desire to come back because I had been all through my studies in France, but this wish to come back was a little bit in my deep interior. There was this wish always lingering. I wanted to come back to my roots and find my souvenirs of my youth. And in parallel, I also had a sort of I was a little bit tired with the Occidental way of life, the Western way of life. I thought it was it's easy to adapt to it, but I wasn't in phase anymore with this type of living. And so I wanted to come back and listen to the music of my Malagasy language. I was already 30 when I came back. I was like I was already 35, so I won't tell you my age, but the desire to come back was pushed by some very intimate feelings. My feelings, so this is why I actually came back. I left my country quite young. I've lived in Réunion, in Guyana, and I landed in France, where I created my brand. I came back because there was the call of the country, and I wanted to bring my little stone. And when I came back, fashion was not very common in Madagascar. It wasn't, and I wanted to come back and make the youth dream a little bit and maybe find a way through fashion. And so I first of all wanted to bring my own little contribution to the edifice, and I love transforming this material, and I have actually become a specialist in that. So coming back was nothing better than that. The smells, the sound of the language, etc., etc. I grew up in I grew up in Madagascar, and I went all over the island, and I fell in love with Madagascar very early. It was quite tough for me to go in France. I had created my brand already before my family decided to emigrate. So it was very tough for me to leave. I didn't want to really, but it was a bit an opportunity to go and find some superior training. And there was very long studies, but I was absolutely sure I would come back. And I gave myself 5 years. So I spent about 11 years in all with my studies. And then once this was done, I came straight back to the country. I would say that I came back to Madagascar for 2 reasons, because I had given it a very hard thought. Even if I'm mixed blood, Malagasy and French, even if I feel at home in France because I have family there, but then I came back to Madagascar, and it was a sort of more of a sense of duty, and I was thinking about the other youth, and I found that I've had incredible opportunity. So if I don't create projects here, and in my project since I've been back, I created an NGO for the protection of forests, and also work on the problems of poverty in Madagascar. So I'm still the NGO. We created that in 2020, and amongst some other products that I'm leading. But this one, I came back to work for the country and for the future generations, in fact. As for me, I didn't leave Madagascar for pleasure. I was already very, very attached and very close to my family. And then I married an expatriate. Then when I had to leave the country, well, I followed my husband for quite a long number of years. And then where I left my family, where I was really extremely close, And deep down, I knew that I would absolutely come back one day. Technical problem. We lost the relay with Paris, with Madagascar. I wanted maybe to have Michael and Fleur. Fleur comes from very, very far away, and Michael came very close. It was just next door in Réunion. So would that sort of change the fact and how you adapted through this migration? Probably we could put your two stories in parallel. That could be interesting. Somebody coming from very far away, and you told us that you had a sort of you were struck, and then Michael can then. I left France after my master's degree in Bordeaux, southwest of France, which was my compulsory immersion. During that period, I lost my grandfather, so and I told myself that maybe I should leave. So I booked hotels. I called my mother and I said, "Let's go. We're going on a holiday." And I always had this wish to go on a wide sandy beach and a beautiful lagoon. I knew Mauritius was well placed for that, and that was really a love at first sight. And so I ran away from France and everything that it meant to me, and I came to find here that type of liberty. I think the connection is back with Madagascar. So, could we go through Paris? They've been waiting for quite a while. Probably we could go to Paris first and then come back to Madagascar. Probably we could go up to Paris to have exchange a little bit with the Parisians, with the Parisian platform, and then we'll come back to Madagascar. We can hear Annabelle, and then let's go. Annabelle, can we hear you? Yes, Annabelle? Yeah, we're talking about the return to Madagascar and the difficulties and obstacles that I met. Jeremy was sharing that with us. I don't know if you heard, to say that I didn't expect that it would be so difficult returning to the country. I thought it would be much more simpler, but it was quite complicated. I was perceived as a stranger, somebody coming from abroad, and then I didn't speak Malagasy very well. It was then difficult for me to find a job in the professional field. Professionally, so contrary, I was finding a job and finding work, finding a profession doesn't work the same way. So I had quite a few difficulties in integrating myself. Thank you. Can we go to Paris now? Hope you hear us well. Thank you very much. So let's, yes, we're going maybe talking to Mathilde. You were born in Réunion and you came to Paris. What pushed you to leave Réunion and come to France and settled? Tell us a little bit more about your trajectory. so my family's Réunionnais, and at the age of 17 when I passed my high school, and then I took some courses, and then I went to Paris for my studies. It was a choice. But I was wishing that since I was in college, really, and I was already anticipating my studies in France and political science, and it was some kind of a dream for me, because Reunion Island is a small island and you can feel claustrophobic. In those days, it was a way to anticipate my career, etc. So I studied in Paris. I did my A-levels and my master's degree, and then also had a session in Australia also. I was just following my university studies and doing whatever I liked. But between my Masters 1 and Master 2, and then in Masters 1 I came back to Réunion and I started working already, and it was quite interesting. And then I had spent already 4 years away from Réunion, so I had to readapt to my country. I don't know whether we're going to be talking about that later, but this is a little bit in general. So I finished my Masters 2 in urbanism and in urban sociology, and then I will probably want to work work on the territorial enhancement. So and this is where I found some sort of balance working here, but also being able to contribute largely. Thank you very much for this. At the beginning, I'd like to put the question to Vasu. What pushed you to what you have done here in France? So what pushed you to leave Mauritius? I finished my A-levels at the Royal College Kirpip, and then I came in Mauritius, and then I followed a little bit and I did my BA level, and then I pursued and then I always kept an interest for Mauritius and the Indian Ocean in general. So this is the question that actually probably kept us. It's a community, the Western Indian Ocean, so Mascarene Islands and the Indian Ocean, Occidental Indian Ocean is richer because we see the exchanges by migrations, all the Indian Ocean islands and the eastern part of the coast of the continent, African continent. And then as you go down the coast, so all this area, like the other islands, Zanzibar, Comores, Mayotte, and then we had a very famous Gujarati commercial trader who came from Zanzibar, and he was one of the richest families. He was one of the richest Indian Mauritians merchants. These questions are important. There's a lot of interest for France, for the Indian Ocean Islands and the Mascarenes. And the Mascarenes are a specific region. It seems to us that the French is progressing in this area. And there was a sort of immersion. There was the development of literature and children coming from Indian bourgeoisie who adopted French. And that was a specificity of Mauritius, and that we need to understand carefully, I would say. in the sense that we have the impression that each country developing in a sort of autonomous matter, but that's not the case. But I know Mauritius better than Madagascar and Reunion Island, but I see the interactions that we've had in the commercial world, and where from we always had branches in Reunion, in Madagascar, and in South Africa, actually. For example, since the 1800s, you see, there was a lot of intermingling between Reunion Island, the Gujarati from Mauritius sort of settled in Reunion Island, and in Madagascar too. So this is part of my intellectual life. I came back in 2022. I've had the opportunity to study through a research council. We were looking at the reinsertion in a little bit like what we hear. Is he from here or is he from there? So we need to manage this which is a richness, actually, which is a very rich concept. We have, I find myself in I also left Madagascar in 2015, then I came back between my Master 1 and Masters 2. I came back to the Indian Ocean because I also lived in Mauritius and then in Madagascar. And then I immersed myself in my studies. And then I had a professional experience also, but coming back to Madagascar, this is why it's interesting. So we have about the same paths, in fact. So there is also your path, I believe, Nasuria. I was born in France and I grew up in France, and then I had the opportunity to meet people from the Comorian diaspora during some association who were organizing meetings, and then my mother came here in France. So, and then I haven't known my grandparents, for example, and I had the opportunity to travel to Comoros and really complete my research on my origins. So we came back so that we could really pursue our research on our Comorian origins. And then I wanted to settle down, but it didn't go as I wished in the beginning. And then I realized that the way of working and my French way of life sort of was a hindrance to my adaptation. So it made things more difficult for me. And then it remains a great experience for me because I could meet people again afterwards. I could study their way of living, the difficulties they were trying to overcome. And then I came back to France. And then to try and go further on in my research in fashion, Comorian fashion, try and use that experience to consolidate my creations. And I'm continuing on the creation of my brand, and I realized that I have some parents who arrived. Some of them were born here, and thanks to our parents, at the level of culture, they continued to maintain that. So I believe many were born here. They don't know one word of Comorian, and they even lost the culture. So we want to look at the traditional fabric of Comores, and then try and transmit this to other parents of mine, nephews and nieces. So thank you very much. I'm going to take back the floor in Mauritius just to do a small brief in the various way to manage this circulation, motivated by very different reasons and sources. We shouldn't speak about dreams and richness. It could be problems in life, problems in living, and projects that we had that could have intervened sometimes in a brutal way or built over time. All these elements explain why we have left or emigrated or immigrated, and that makes it that many leave, stay abroad for some time, and then come back, and then sometimes leave again. So we're going to continue speaking about these in the next minutes. Now we're going to have a small urban culture. We'll have a little, we'll leave the stage to this cultural break that we will discover together. I don't know what they're proposing to do. So let's have a small break. Okay, going back to our discussions on these migrations. We're talking about the diaspora around a few themes that have been already touched upon, but leaving is also leaving the family behind, or part of the family, not necessarily our children, but we leave part of our family. So leaving is also a building and could be rich, but it's also an uprooting. So this is what I wanted to discuss with you on this relationship to the family that can be difficult sometimes, and how do you keep the links with the family that either stayed back, or how do you interact with your family? Are the communication leaks or enough? Has that transformed your way of living that separation, or living this relationship beyond the borders, frontiers, and maybe Michael, you left Reunion Island, you went to Paris. When you were in Paris during your studies, how did this relationship with your family keep on? And when you came back, and how did your return? So can you talk to us about these links? Was that link changed with your mobility? I think, yeah. I think the family link is very important. I could have left Reunion since I turned 18, but I stayed on. I was doing mathematics superior level. By that left me, I spent 2 more years after my 18s in better conditions and to have a better success. But it was a question for me, going far away and not having communication means to talk or exchange regularly with the family. We talked also what triggered you have several triggers that sort of push you to say, okay, let's do it, let's go. So we have a lot of triggers that actually are activated when we take the decision. I think that if I had, well, then I could have also chosen not to have any mobility. In fact, the family context we had was to sort of rather stay on, but not to encourage me to leave for further studies. But I took that option also as a challenge to me. I won't explain everything here, but there was a little bit of Aimé Césaire in myself, the famous Creole poet, and bring to sort of the things I wanted to bring to humanity. A lot of little triggers that we won't have time to develop here, but I wanted to mention Aimé Césaire. And I told my family, I'm going to do it, and then it will allow me to continue my studies in a university of much higher level, to continue my mathematical studies in the periphery of Paris. And then in Mauritius, there was a trigger that brought me to Mauritius that I found myself in. I came back to Reunion in 2010 after being an engineer, qualified engineer. I decided to do, I was contributing with an NGO in Mauritius for 6 months, benevolently. And when I went back to Reunion to find a job, I didn't have any actual interesting proposals, a few, and then my father informed me that there was a proposal for a post in the Indian Ocean, and then I understood it was a VSI, like we say in French, a voluntary service. And then I said, well, I can also shine in the Indian Ocean under the angle of a benevolent, not only under the angle of an engineer that was looking for a serious engineering job, position. Then if I would not have stayed another 10 years in Mauritius if I hadn't started with this angle of international solidarity and to know what we can bring by adaptation in the country where we are. I think I've gone a little bit away from your question, but the starting point when we talk about with the very large distances we were reunited with my family today with Mauritius, where we can see each other more regularly, and it's quite manageable. I have a question. I have this question in my mind. So and then we can probably find the impressions of Madagascar. The fact of being far, of leaving from your family. But would that have liberated you from some restrictions, family restrictions that could have been heavy or imposed upon you? Or is it something different? These are a sort of liberation, or how did you live that moment when you left the family? And then Mauritius, Mada, and Paris then. Yeah? for me personally, the fact that I left Madagascar, I left very early. It's in Mauritius that I started to discover myself, my identity as a Malagasy living abroad. Our day-to-day, and people always remind us that you're a Malagasy, you're not Mauritian. So we had to take our identity very softly. Wherever you are, I will remain a Malagasy. It's the education I have received and that my mother gave us. So in spite of that, it was some sort of a liberation, yes, to leave Madagascar, but because the fact that I'm in Mauritius, I see myself, I have a stronger idea of my identity as a Malagasy here than if I had stayed there. When I'm in Madagascar, I'm a man, like we say, and the people, when they see me, they ask me, are you from the coast? Are you an urban? Or from which region are you? When I say I'm from Tananarive, the capital, and 100%, and when they look at my hair, they said, are you sure that you're really born and bred in, and I'm very disturbed by this. Even in the parties or where my colleagues see me, who is this guy, where is he here? Because all the Malagasy agree that there is a lot of differentiation between the Malagasy who live on the plateau and those of the coast. There's sort of discrimination, internal discrimination going. But when I arrived in Mauritius, the people didn't ask me whether I was from the coast, but they saw me as a Malagasy. And that has helped me a lot in building my identity. And I can now, proud of being a Malagasy, I can't hide. And I can really assert my identity as when, and in Madagascar, I feel less this discrimination in Mauritius than in my own country. And in 2020, I decided to leave my Afro hairstyle go on, which was a scandal when I went back to my Madagascar for my grandmother, and she was absolutely shocked. It was like I was dishonoring the family. What is she going to tell a family in the neighborhood, you know? And unfortunately, when you think this is education, then that education could have taught you to have a decent haircut. And then I wanted to keep my frizzly hair. And this is when I sort of had a disconnect with my family. And now I have two families. There's my Mauritian family that I've chosen, and then I have my Malagasy family who are there because I was born in that family. I went back last year, and I could meet my cousins because they also emigrated to study abroad. And then only the elder family stayed back, and they're still very, very old-fashioned.
Christian, while you were talking, we could see that the Malagasy participants who were smiling actually, and I believe they related to your intervention. Anyone else, please? To add up, the thing is, it's kind of a taboo that the Malagasy cannot talk about. So it's something that we cannot talk openly. As I said, it's a, let's say, sensitive subject. We cannot really touch on it. Yes, I'm coming back on the hairstyle of Christian. Look, I did the same. I had very long hair. And of course, you don't have your parents to tell you, did you see your face? But anyways, to bounce back on your experience, I think that, you know, leaving is to also free yourself from codes. You are far from home. Back in the days, we didn't have any Facebook or whatsoever to communicate. We had small cards that we would buy. So you would buy 26 minutes of communication, 30, 35 minutes, 40. So what you would do is just, you know, monopolize the phone booth. And you would really, back in the days, you would really enjoy this communication and really appreciate it. Nowadays, it's not the same. Communication is so easy. It's very accessible. So back in the days, you would, as I said, you would really appreciate that exchange with the family when being far away. And when it comes to the phone booth, you know, people would wait behind you, and we did a schedule for the phone booth with the friends and other people. Sometimes it was a bit tense during, you know, festive seasons. Everyone wanted to use the phone and the phone booth, so you would queue up, line up like in the supermarket. And to conclude, as you said, you know, your parents would remind you that there's so and so religious event, but you are far away, you don't care. So there is absolutely no one. There is no one to tell you that you did not respect such and such traditional events or prayers, etc., etc. Are you making your coming out? Your parents are listening to you, maybe. So on those questions, you know, emancipation, freedom, etc. Anything else to say, Madagascar? Well, Christian, although it was freedom, was it hard on you to live? Well, I was saying earlier on, when I left Madagascar, it was in spite of my choice. I come from a family where we are highly connected. My family was in my family there were a lot of artists, musicians. The issue was not leaving the country. The issue was more leaving behind the family. That was the difficult part. After which, when I arrived, obviously I was all by myself, and I understood that I had to, you know, find my own way, and yeah, I guess it was somewhat an emancipation. In a certain way, it was freedom. It was liberation, but I got so used to being surrounded by my family and being all alone, you know. I had to, as I said, to counter myself, but also to connect with others from different communities. Did you manage to maintain the relationship with the family in Madagascar? Well, thanks to communication means, you know, mobile phones, for instance, internet, of course, was way easier to communicate with the family. And I had the opportunity and chance to come back to the country whenever I wanted, you know, over the holidays. I did the back and forth actually. So I had the opportunity to see my family on a regular basis. Thank you. And you, being born in France and decided to come back to Madagascar. So, were you seen when you came back home? Did you have the feeling that people were looking at you differently? Well, as you said, yes, indeed, I was born in France, but I forgot who said so. I think it's Pierre from Mauritius. That's the French particularity. It is true. When I was in France, my parents always felt that they were treated as immigrants, and they've been in France for since the 1960s. I was also born there, but you know, you have this feeling of being an immigrant, and I think Jeremy was saying so. When you come back to the country, you don't really feel like you're home. People can see that you know, you're not exactly the same. When I speak French, so they can hear the French accent. When I speak Malagasy, they can also hear my mistakes. So it's not from a bad intention, but whenever I'm in France or Madagascar, I feel that people see my double culture and double nationality, and they tend to be sort of judgmental on it. So when I'm in France, people think that I'm an immigrant. When I'm in Madagascar, people think that I'm French with some kind of an origin. Well, I lived in Europe, and I didn't feel like unwelcomed, not at all. Wherever I go, I feel like I'm home. I never felt that I was not unwanted, for sure. So when I left, I left for 10 years with my dreadlocks on my head. I think I was one of the first with dreadlocks, and yes, some people tell me that I don't look like a Malagasy, although my parents are from Madagascar themselves. So I am 100% Malagasy, and whenever I would come back to the country, people would think that I'm from Cape Verde or from the West Indies, but I didn't suffer from it. As I said, wherever I go, I feel I make it home, and I believe that people don't see me as a foreigner or someone else, so I have no issues about it. Now, when it comes to the judgment of others, I don't feel unstable whatsoever. So sometimes people would ask me if where did I learn the language, but no, it's I always answer that no, I'm Malagasy. I do speak Malagasy fluently. Some people, it's the same for me. Some people would think that I'm Chinese mixed with something, so it's quite funny. I also had the same experience being mixed race. So everyone would call me the foreigner. It's only within the family that I felt integrated, and it goes the same as Ezekiel when I came to France. I realized that my way of thinking, the way I feel things, those are clearly embedded here in Madagascar. So that's why I felt really true Malagasy when I went to France. Now, when it comes to my hair, well, I really wanted to grow them, and there was, social pressure, tension. Back in the days, they were like, no, don't do that to your hair. And as Ezekiel was saying in Mada, in the 90s, 2000s, this is how it was. You had to have, long, straight hair. You could not put forward your African culture. But anyways, I got a lot of opportunities to do the back and forth between Madagascar and Europe. When I was a student, this is why you did so long studies. Yes, indeed, to be able to travel back and forth. And whenever I would come back, actually on holidays, they were asking me, the aunties, the family were asking me what I was doing with my hair. But anyways, I realized that things are moving, evolving. There is less judgment. So there is no problem of having an afro hairstyle. Of course, when it comes to the educational system, there are still codes to follow. But myself, as a lecturer researcher at the university, and with that face of mine, and the dreadlocks and the beard, it's quite odd, right? Whereas in schools and universities, they try to convey a certain message where students are not allowed to have long hair, etc., etc. So why would the management let the teachers do so, and the lecturers do so? But it's just an identity. It's just to state loud and clear who am I, and to state clearly that I cannot be influenced. It's a way to pull out from tradition. I would say tradition, because we realize that when you dive into tradition, Malagasy men have long hair, had long hair, and yeah, it is a tradition to have long hair. And colonization has put its own codes, but now we can see that there's a change, post-colonial change, and we are taking ownership of our own culture, our territory, space, environment, step by step. Allow me, please, from Mauritius. We could have held a whole topic on hair, because we can see that the hair issue is a real one. It's an interesting one, though. But I would like to give the floor now to maybe Paris, so that we can have time to talk about all the topics we wanted to. So Paris, how about the relationship with the family once you come back? Are those links still strong? Are they better? Do they get better? Can you tell us more about it? Yes, it is rather interesting. We're talking about hairs, but there's another aspect. When I came to France, I I was questioned about my identity. They were like, "No, you're not Malagasy. You must be from Mauritius, or you must have some Asian origins from somewhere." But and the other questions were like, why don't you hang around with your Malagasy friends? But anyways. And to tell you about my own experience and the tradition, you know, where there's a tradition in Madagascar called Merne, or a community, I understand, called Merne, and Merne seems to be very conservative, where the aunties, the grandmothers do not tolerate, you know, any unconventional way of behaving, for instance, with a proper hairstyle, etc., etc. So yeah, whenever we come back, it's always the same judgment. That's a rather interesting question, and it was the whole thread of my reflection. So going away was also to me to know who I was really, and back home, family to me are more my parents, my mom and dad, and maybe a few aunties, but otherwise that's it is limited to them. So unfortunately, the idea was to reunite my own family. So I felt like I could not do it, as the family was rather divided. I felt lonely at that time, and beyond this, I have realized that going away enabled me to know who I really was. Yes, indeed, family is in Reunion Island, but there are other people talking about the same family, imposing their definition and vision of the family. You get my point. Yes, I am a Catholic, but my parents did not impose anything on me. I have chosen my own. And it is true when it is true, you know, when you talk about family, especially when it comes to island, the island style of living, you know, people would talk about you, talk about your family, say such and such, due to the tininess of the territory. So we are all one next to each other. And in 2020, I did my coming out. I'm lesbian. This is something I could not do in Reunion Island so easily. And being in Paris, you know, multicultural town, and with an LGBTQI++ community, it was way more easy. And yeah, it was not an issue. And it also enabled, well, what was complicated was more the studies. Indeed, in France or elsewhere, you can do, you know, specific studies, business schools, political schools, etc. You know, political science. And I remember when I came back on holidays to Reunion Island, people felt sort of a difference of social difference rather. So it was, I did feel that, that thin line drawing between myself and the others, whereas the thought I was, at a certain level. But anyways, nowadays it's different. I have evolved, matured. I took my time in developing my ideas, in getting into conversations, discussions. Indeed, during my first year, second year of university, it was tough because there were very harsh political ideas. But now, as I told you, I've matured and evolved. I'm trying to re-establish the link with the family, with my parents, mother, father. I see them aging also, so I'm wondering if they are not there anymore. What will I do, etc., etc.
Nous allons faire une deuxième pause.
J'aurais peut-être voulu, juste pour clore ce thème, poser...
That theme, really a very quick question to Fleur. She's got we talk a lot about the weight of tradition, and we maybe less. Do you recognize what has been said, or was it different in your case, or did that girl sort of are some of these ideas talk to you? Yes, I have the reverse path. I only have my wife. I only have my mother in France. Sorry, she's 74. And I've always made sure that I was close to her up to my master's too, and then suddenly I just left for Mauritius. It was very difficult for her, as for me, actually. In fact, I liberated myself intellectually that I could have had during my student years. This liberated me, but I have this sort of feeling of culpability, but I've always made sure she's coming in 10 days, she'll be 10 days, so she'll stay for 3-4 months and then she'll go back. But I really felt the guilt all through, so that was the biggest thing that I have. Let's have a little, I don't know what we're going to have this time. Is it going to be BMX, skateboard, or whatever, rap or whatever? So let's have a second break. Thank you.
Mo sorti ici.
Ça, à Vienne.
Je viens d'ici.
Je viens de là-bas.
Mais nous sommes là.
Différents, pareil en même temps. Je viens de ta...
And you? From where do you come from? I come from Reunion, Comoros, Mayotte, Kenya, Mozambique, Europe, Africa. We're all there, different, same future, same horizon. In my place, we have nice roads. To win, we must work hard. On the road, we have road rage. We culture gulpery, and then some fried noodles, nice little family were poor, but they always managed, in spite of the time. Some families recomposed. The youth with their TikToks, and then try and sort of put salt under the mat when we go outside. Today we never find more than 2 people, and they are eating together but not sharing anything. I'm not saying everything is rosy, but here everybody is managing their things in the field, but we have our own problems. Why is there a difference between Flic en Flac, Rodrigues and Mauritius? And at the same time you have the power of your own cross, and then they need to hear your voice. If they had a telephone or a headset, I would restore and reset. In each look there is a lot of suffering that permeates. If life was a phone or a headset, the first thing I would do, I would restore and reset. In each look there is a suffering that is transpiring, but not everybody has the recipe to cure that. We need to share, but I'm not into, I respect art. It starts by respecting the artists. Malagasy, not Malgache. I'm very proud of my language, my flag, my culture, my religion, but I speak better French than my family tongue, than my red, bleu. I have forgotten that I am African. There is a way to be something else. It was the land of my ancestors. Malagasy, one of the poorest countries in the world, but we're very, very rich. We are hypocrites in terms of law, but we are far from loving you. We love you not by choice, but by necessity. So we prefer to comfort ourselves that somewhere, in spite of all, because poverty has become something usual, we don't feel it anymore in our bloods. We've learned to live with it, and up to now we have no running water or electricity. Our kids die from famine, droughts and famine and pandemics. Danger. They also still have, we don't have gender equality. The woman doesn't have, she cannot talk. Some of our sisters need to sell their bodies because they have no other. Marrying a white man is synonymous to some hope. This is not judging you, but it's a fact. We, the Malagasy, we don't love ourselves. Those from the high plateau, for those from the coast, they are there. It's never of our own fault. We want to make things move, but we don't have the same means. It's the same old sentence. I would love it. I would love it to be different, but unfortunately it's not the same. Excuse me, but in spite of all, I love you really more. In spite of all this, I don't see myself living elsewhere. I'm one of those who believe that tomorrow will be better. I'm going to fight for my brothers, my sisters, my ancestors who died, and the future generation. It's a promise that I'm doing because I would be wrong not to try at least. I come from here, I come from there. We are here. I come from Tana. I come from Mauritius. I come from Mada. I come from Pamplemousse. I come from Reunion, Comores, Seychelles, Kenya, Mozambique, Europe and Africa. They are there. Different but all the same future, the same horizon.
Je trouve que c'est à la fois difficile de reprendre.
It's quite difficult to come back, but at the same time, we're all is said, but we'll try and add some more. It's a perfect transition with our entrance door to know, well, we're going to be talking about language and why do we speak the languages we do, and what do our languages say? For example, the language that's uniting us, do we speak the same French everywhere? Do I use the words in the same manner? Do I sort of... we've all lived these moments of migration, and the way we pronounce these words, the vocabulary changes, and I don't know how to formulate this question, but this is what's interesting for us. Your how shall I say, the way you use, what language do you speak with your people close to you, with the people with whom you work, with your family, with those who are here, those who are far? What language do you speak, and in what way do you speak it? And this is also, we all have some different foreign accents that can trace us back to our origins. We see that the accents, people feel that we're not, they know immediately you're not from here, you're from over there, but when you're over there, you're not there either, because people don't recognize the accent. I came to Mauritius, I only spoke French. It was quite a problem. I had to adapt myself, and I learned by myself. So I had to speak Creole because I work with people who speak Creole, Mauritians or whatever. It was quite complicated, but for my job, I had absolutely the need to speak Creole. If not, they wouldn't understand me. And by living here, I speak French, and I find that I have developed a laughable accent. It's not pejorative, what I'm trying to say. I've developed this accent of the Franco-Mauritians, whereas in France, without any neutral accent, I've found myself speaking with expressions and an accent that was absolutely not mine, even in my own country, but which is mine because I live here and I adapt myself to that. Probably, Virat, when we were discussing earlier on, before we came on the platform, something really struck me in what you were saying. I'm a French teacher. I'm Mauritian from Indian origin. But then you telling me, because you're always translating, because everything you do goes through the English. Can you explain to us your relationship to language? It's a double, is a mental constraint. Actually, my first language was science, mathematics, and all the science subjects were in English up to my studies in France. I was always lost in translation, but almost, because I was always translating in my mind, depending on to whom I was speaking. So I formulated things in English, and then I would translate it, and then it would be sort of a bit of intellectual French at university and sort of basic French. So I was always adapting. So it's a sort of cultural overture, in fact. It's very tired. If you spend if you're at a party, you have a night out, then it can become. Then you start speaking Creole into your English and in your French. When you're young, you have the impression that people are judging you all the time. You're a little bit, you develop a sort of complex, but I find finally that this is an enrichment. The French that we speak is a form of French. The same with the Creole. It's enriched by the penetration of various languages, expressions from all the other languages. We had the opportunity in Toulouse with my Mauritian Student Association in Toulouse University, went from a little circle of friends, and then in mid-March, when we were commemorating Mauritian independence on the 12th of March every year, and then we went to the Capitol Square in Toulouse to celebrate Mauritian culture. So it went through the Sega music, Mauritian food, French literature, and it gave the opportunity to all our Mauritian friends to discover French literature that they never read in Mauritius, which is not studied in Mauritius, which is an irony in reality. So we did the language forum, and then we presented the Mauritian Creole, Hindi. Some friends introduced Bhojpuri and Tamil. These are languages that we don't even use in Mauritius, but which are taken their value. We discover a new identity, a new Mauritian identity abroad. So I think this profound identity, we don't have any taboos when we're abroad, and nobody's judging us. So this is my personal experience with all the languages that we speak. In hindsight, this has really shaped the way I look at people and sort of given me a new look on migration and community, in fact. 3 anecdotes that come back to me. My confrontation is rather with English because I'm French, of French origin, and to finalize my diploma, engineering diploma, and I had to go twice through the English exam, and failed twice. Third time I passed it, but I passed it in Reunion Island. And the lady who is said, and then the lady who is the examiner said, you should put French and Creole. You should put your 2 mother tongues on your examination form to show your aptitude to English. But after 10 years in Mauritius, I've done a lot of progress, but there's still a lot of Napoleon in my French expression, and I do this impossible mistakes. Begin in French, and then the capacity to finish in English by placing a few words of Creole in there. This is quite atypical because we have the different languages, but the technical language of engineering is normally English, and the work I had to do with the private sector and the public sector that I worked for over 10 years. And there was a French civil servant that told me one day, here, everything is said in French, everything is written in English, and if you want to be understood, you should speak Creole. I think he said everything in the way he expressed this, and this had really struck me, and that really sort of come out of my Reunion Creole and really assimilate the Mauritian Creole. It wasn't as complicated as that, in fact. On my side, it was more than I left Madagascar. I went to I went to the lycée to be in A levels. I studied rather scientific subjects. In Madagascar, it was English. I said, why should I learn English? I don't like English at all. And then when I arrived in September, the term started in January in Mauritius. So my brother and I, we had time to visit the island and understand how people were living here and Mauritians were living. And we were living in the south of Mauritius, which is very different from the urban areas, Beaubassin, Rosehill, and Port Louis. And even the southern Creole is slightly different from the urban Creole that everybody speaks. And once I was in school, I couldn't understand because the other students didn't really greet us and spoke very rarely to us. And one of my classmates told me, in fact, you have to learn Creole because here, people who speak Creole, they would sort of, they would think that you're conceited and believe that you're pretending to be of a higher class than them. So I had to learn Creole to be assimilated in 2 months. And at the same time, I also brushed up my English because in school it was, all the subjects were taught in English, even in school. They put me, I was two classes behind because I had to adapt myself because it was very difficult. And today I speak Malgache, Creole, French and English. But in these 4 languages, when I speak with people, I interact with people. For example, I speak Creole and people say, oh, your Creole is a little bit strange. It looks like Malagasy. When I speak Malagasy to the Malgache people, your Malgache has got, not really Malagasy, but you're speaking Malagasy. And when I speak French, the Malagasy tell me, your French is very strange because in Mauritius, the A in Mauritius is R instead of A. So, and I say, what is the gare? It's the station in French, la gare. And it was very strange in the beginning. I had to adapt to all of that. At the end of the day, I said, you know, as long as people understand what I'm trying to say, for me, this is what was more important. It wasn't the accent or the tone or the expressions. And in Mauritius, in fact, we don't really have masculine and feminine. And in French, I've lost my, and people now tell me I speak French, very bad French, because I've lost all my feminine and masculine terms. Thank you, Christian. Our friends from Madagascar are really laughing. I believe you probably reminded them of a lot of their own anecdotes. At the level of, I've had a sort of Western education, and we spoke French when I was young, and Malagasy too. So I speak Malagasy, and sometimes they tell me I have a small accent. I don't know from where, but I still able to communicate. But we shouldn't see this language barrier. But I can also, I speak Malagasy, and my family is a bit from everywhere, so I speak quite a few other dialects. Many Malagasy learn French and Malagasy when you're young in school. So what would you describe as being your mother tongue in reality if you're speaking both? I'm a sort of particular case. My mother tongue is actually French. When I have a Republican education, French education, from kindergarten to university. So, as an anecdote, I always blame my family for compelling us to speak only French. We also spoke Malagasy. We have the Malagasy culture in terms of food, but they systematically spoke French. When they were talking between themselves, then they spoke Malagasy. So, and then sometimes there were some very strange expressions that came out from those dialogues. But I realized that recently, when my father died, that they didn't want us to speak French. They didn't want us to pick up a Malagasy accent while speaking French. So that's why they always spoke French to us, etc., etc. So we were blamed. We always blame the family a little bit, the parents a little bit. So I'm the only one who's returned to Malagasy, to Madagascar, and I must speak my mother tongue. So I really because I'm a reporter, a photographer, so I thought it was very important for me to speak Malagasy. So I wasn't going to take a translator while I was walking around. My Malagasy is very phonetical, but I don't know how to write it. But I know how to speak. So I have a very practical knowledge of Malagasy. Almost only the street Malagasy, the dialects is all this is very following phonetics. So I have a big problem with my Malagasy identity because of that, and I'm a bit sorry for not having mastered the language properly. My mother tongue is French, and in my generation, all mixed bloods, we were Franco-Malagasy. I learned Malagasy with my friends, don't actually learn it in school. So I learned it, and then now that I'm here, I collect it very quickly. I catch it very quickly. And then when I came back to Malagasy and trying to work, in France, I was always with a lot of Malagasy people in any case. But I would say that when I came back, I started reading it and trying to learn the academic Malagasy. Even if it's quite difficult in the studies, the higher studies in Malagasy are in French, in fact. And the young people have to write their thesis, their memoirs, all in French. And sometimes it's quite strange and stunning, surprising. So we have to completely do our studies in French because we're in Madagascar. But at the same time, there is a sort of opening now, the youth mainly. There is also a way to be open so that our research and memoirs and texts can be read by a wider audience. For example, I traveled in the Francophone countries, and at one time I was also in the Arab countries. It's true that language is... I grew up in Madagascar, so I speak Malagasy. I've done all my studies in Madagascar. And then I left. I did some studies abroad. And then I learned English. And to communicate with my friends, to speak with my friends, I mix up a lot. As soon as I see a Malagasy person directly, I start to speak Malagasy to him. Even in the midst of people who don't understand, because it comes back automatically. And sometimes they blame me for I speak Malagasy in front of strangers who don't understand anything. And therefore I try to catch up and go back to French but in my work as a Malagasy artist, it's easier for me to write a song in English than in French. I can't write any text in French, so it's rather English that I would use. I don't understand this. I don't know why. So even if we learned is the higher studies in English that probably created this difficulty for me to write in French. And as CSC in Malagasy, even if it's in the middle of a lot of other different people, then I tend to speak Malagasy. I wanted to tell a completely stupid story. Now I speak Malagasy, even if it's not perfect. It's a tool. I find it's an incredible tool to be able to speak another language. For example, sometimes in the metro in Paris, we look at people and we speak in Malagasy, and I find this very amusing. It's very funny, actually, because it allows us to speak. It's like we're between ourselves and we speak our own languages. It's a language which is only spoken by only 40 million people in the world, maybe. So, small anecdote I wanted to share. Tu veux? Can we go to Paris? Can we go to Paris? Is Paris? There was a lot of birds a lot of birds were sort of singing. Yeah. Oh.
No, it was not a break. This is the birds from Mauritius were disturbing us. That's why we muted the mic. So, Paris, tell us what do you have to say on this long relationship, and you know, those languages mixing up. Do you also have the same experience to share with us? We cannot hear Paris. So, Paris, can you hear us? We can hear you loud and clear. And yes, to come back to this relationship with languages, I've always had a hard time actually with the languages that I speak. I always had a hard time with the native language, what it is. We call it Tinjazan in Madagascar. So those are the ancestors' languages. And there's this concept that a language that you've learned before the age of 6 becomes your native language. For my case, we would speak Malagasy and Russian at home. So is it a mixture of the two? Like many of you, I was educated in the French system, so I do speak French. So you see, there's a whole blend of things. And nowadays, my mother would tell me that when I speak when I speak French, I speak French like the missionaries and humanitarians who go abroad for humanitarian work. So Nasuria, you were born and bred here. Your parents were born in Comoros. How do you integrate your mother's tongue and language? How do you make the relationship with the family back in the Comoros? Well, I'm part of those who were told that we should, integrate. That we should not make any difference between with the others. So far, I don't really speak Comorians fluently. I cannot say that I'm bilingual. But when I went to the Comoros, my cousins would seize the opportunity, given that they also speak French. So they would take the opportunity to speak French with me. So even when I was there, I wouldn't speak Comorian, and my friends or cousins would do the translation for me. So to speak what we call Great Comorian is a tough one. So they were making fun of me whenever I was making mistakes, etc. So obviously it does not motivate you at all. But anyways, I went over it so they could see that I was persevering and that I wanted to learn more of that local language. So nowadays, I can communicate in the local language, but still, there is a lot to do, and a lot to work on. But step by step, I'm getting there. I'm learning more and more local language. Thank you. That's rather interesting. Concerning my personal experience, no, at home we wouldn't really speak Malagasy, and it's actually when I went for Taekwondo classes where I have learned Malagasy with the friends there. And now the great challenge is to talk, the admin Malagasy. So that can be done only through schools or watching official news. So maybe we can ask one of the friends here, how do you picture this? What do you think about those different languages surrounding us as a member of the diaspora? Well, languages are also a kind of a wealth, right? Take Mauritius, where they speak Creole. And I hope that, Creole will more and more get formal. People will document things. But unfortunately, you cannot forget the impact of colonization. We in Mauritius, we had two, French and English, and together came languages, of course. English, for instance, I've learned it at school. It was the same for French. And just so you know, the Mauritian written media is in French, mainly. And on the other hand, you have other languages, from the ancestors, Asia, for instance, and it goes from the Hakka in China to Marathi in India. Myself, I'm of Tamil origins in Mauritius, and it is true, we can say so, that the French educational system has a real influence in its way of functioning. And myself, unfortunately, I could not impose my native Creole language to my children. I would have loved to do so. I have nephews, for instance, who can speak Tamil. Some others are coming from Malaysia and kept a link with Asia. So the Western Indian Ocean has a considerable wealth in terms of languages. I believe that we need to nurture the same. For example, we haven't talked about Swahili. In Mauritius, they are learning Swahili because some businessmen in Mauritius would wish to do business in the eastern coast of mainland Africa. But if we go back to those former colonies of the Indian Ocean and the structured way they fought and imposed their languages. So, for example, when I see those debates, or when I've been following you guys talking about, when you speak Malagasy, for instance, you make mistakes and people are making fun of you. We need to take this into consideration. So yeah, I think it calls for reflection, and maybe we can develop the discussion. Thank you, the debate. Thank you. We'll take back the floor here. I won't try to summarize here. This is such a complex topic, but where I'm surprised is the fluidity, the smoothness you show in going from one language to another. I also took note of this mental burden when you are shifting from one language to another, or when playing with 3 or 4 languages at the same time. So it's very interesting to hear you on the topic. We are reaching to our third break, and it's a surprise one. Earlier on it was a slam. I have no idea what we should expect for the next one. So let us give some space to this performance. Thank you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Niko na wewe, wewe. Yeah, yeah. Africa, we here to die and to eat. Africa, oh yeah. Best place to be in the whole world right now is Africa. The best place to be in Africa is within the East Africa. And the best place to be within the East Africa is here, Mauritius. And the best place to be in Mauritius is at the IFM. And the best place to be at the IFM is at the heart and the spirit of the people who wants nothing in return but to make this place a beautiful place, so we may have a place to run when the whole world is burning. In Africa, when times are hard, we don't run away, we learn away. In Africa, when times are hard, we stay in herds like wildebeest and buffaloes. In Africa, we don't live in mansionettes and bungalows. In Africa, we live in huts. So here lies bridges. Here lies bridges that are gonna connect borders. Here lies people with big spirits, big hearts. Here lies us. Here lies me. Here lies you. Realize me. See, I have lived in two worlds. Africa, when times are hard, we don't live in hearts, we live in mansionettes. We live in people's minds, we live in people's hearts. So we are here to make it happen, here to provide opportunities, here to make sure that by 2030, every young person will be either in school or employed, so that by 2060, we'll have our youth either employed or in school, so that by 2060, we'll have our youth either employed or at school. So we are here, and our dream is to make it happen. We will make it happen. Africa, we are here to live and to die. Africa, we are here to smile.
Thank you. what a wonderful way. What a wonderful way to introduce this last theme that we would like to talk about on. I believe you saw those bodies on stage, and during migration it is the same. Bodies are moving, right? And what do I want to say through this? We've talked about hair, isn't it, earlier on? But in, movement, mobility, when moving around, there are body language that we carry with us. The way we eat, the way we smile or laugh, the way we kiss, the way we, deal with others, the way we romance also. So I believe it's something important because it is part of identity. It participates to the identity, to know what type of behavior to have, what the body is saying behind the words. So we wanted with Anushka to start a discussion on the topic in a very free way, of course through movements that are connoted with a certain connotation. Or accompanied with daily behaviors, all the way to love relationship and the relationship to the other, going through the body. Or what type of change do we have? What migration and movement is bringing? What the body is telling us about this mobility, this movement? And indeed, we had to ask ourselves, who am I? Who am I? That was the question, according to the person who's watching me, according to the territory where I am. Is there a kind of a formatting of the body and the way the body is behaving? Earlier on, Toviraj was telling me that it's quite private, right? It's quite an intimate question. Yes, it is. It is up to you guys. You can put whatever the border you want, whatever the limit you want to your answers. We've talked about languages. Languages are part of bodies. Bodies now have certain behavior, and our guest Natalie, it is a good way to end up. And the mic to whoever wished to have it. Right. To me, given that we have a transition here between myself being in Madagascar and Mauritius. My teenagehood was in Madagascar and Mauritius. It was more as from the age of, let's say, 18. As a young adult, I felt like I was different from the others, and that's how it's always been, even at school and all over. And actually, I'm gay, and when I was a kid, I could not understand what was happening with people, eyeing me, making fun of me, and it's in Mauritius that I started to discover myself. It is. Then I understood that it was normal, very much normal. It's not as the same, it's not the same as the other said before, and I started to see things differently in terms of living my life as I wanted, not feeling, annoyed, and step by step, I started to grow up my hair, the way I dress. Let's say if today I feel tired, I want to wear some oversized clothing, so people would ask me, "But don't you have any proper clothing and any proper clothes?" But this is my way of expressing myself, and concerning the physical side. At my job place, where I am a therapeutic masseur, and I am the 5th generation in my family to be a therapeutic masseur. But it goes beyond being a masseur. It's at the beginning of my career, I've learned it, of course, and I was doing it for a revenue. You know, after high school, I needed to work to have some pocket money, so I was doing massages with my mother to get some pocket money, and it became something very personal now. It is a gift that was transmitted to me. It's not just a business, it's not just about money, it's more about sharing, and it gave me the opportunity to discover other people, and you know, people other than Mauritians, because I work with a lot of tourists, for instance. In terms of body language, in Mauritius, you know, when you meet people in Mauritius, even though you don't know the person, you would kiss on the cheek, because in Madagascar you do so with the family, people you are closed with. It's not just random people around, but in Mauritius, yeah, you do. In Mauritius, you do two kisses on the cheek. In Madagascar, we do 3. And now, when I go to Madagascar, I do 2, and they tell me that I got used to my life in Mauritius, and that I need to adapt to my own country. So as you can see, it's a lot of adaptation, you know, Mauritius, Madagascar, so a lot of shifting actually. Yes, I need to adapt to my own country to avoid, you know, misjudgment of people. So it is a great challenge sometimes. Well, I don't want to divert from the topic, but I'm just taking some liberty, and it's just that I'm taking the liberty because I'm not sure of having the mic later on. Now, when it comes to the body language, look, it's a body that is feeding itself, right? I like to cook. For instance, when I cook, I do it on the basis that I've learned in Reunion Island, you know, the Reunion Island cuisine. But I took the liberty in adapting it. And through what I can discover, let's say in Mauritius, let's say in Mauritius, I did a dish, But anyways, I've been mixing things, adapting according to the product that I had, and now. You said what? Urban breaks that we had earlier on, with that voice expressing itself or the body expressing itself to convey a message. I believe that what we all said, there is some a proper print here, and. This is what I discovered throughout the years I've been working. There's something very nice coming out, actually, something genius, I would say, and the intellect in a body has its own space. We will have obstacles, you know, geopolitical obstacles, etc. But at the same time, there is hope. There is a message of hope that is being conveyed to bring upon solutions. And I would here quote this Mauritian artist, Malcolm de Chazal, who said that we have the capacity to do impossible blending, and this is why I stayed in Mauritius way more than I foreseen, meaning that every day I'm blending things. Yes, we are less in the body but more in the mind, right? But thank you for those thoughts. Now, when it comes to the body, Christian talked about clothing codes, dressing codes, dress codes. Do you modify your way of dressing? Is it a way to affirm your Malagasy identity? Do we wear different? Do we dress differently? Sorry, when we come back home. Was it the case when you left home to those unknown places, so called? So I would like to suggest a small discussion around, dress codes. Do you have anything to say? Well, we are way more a patriot when we are abroad, isn't it? And you can see it in your in the dress code and in the way you eat. This is what we've noticed actually with the friends at university, especially during the intercultural day, what was actually an eating day. We just wanted to eat things coming from elsewhere. So we were told to prepare Mauritian dishes. I didn't know where to start at that time. We have so many dishes from Asia, from Europe, from Madagascar. That is quite dominant in Mauritius. What we did is to reproduce, Mauritian dishes. So what we did is cuisine chemistry. And back in the days when at university we wanted to do a cooking book per country, and we wanted to give some funny titles to the books, to the cooking books, and there was an issue at that time, was the language barrier, because we could not translate into French, because it did not exist back home in French. We had it, in local languages, so we twisted things and twisted the names, and we made those dishes with a French touch. Thank you. Right. Let us now go into cooking and cuisine, because we've been talking about garment and clothing. How about our friends in Madagascar, in Tana? So do you have anything to tell us? Well, the body is my working tool. I dress people, right, as a fashion designer. It is totally different indeed, the way we dress in Europe and in Madagascar. But my motto is to blend both, actually. I like to transform raw materials. I use, covers or any piece of garment. But we like to dress with, you know, clothing that are very close to our body. I had this. I have my son in Nocipe in Madagascar, and who told me that it's very funny the way the Europeans wear. It's quite close to the skin, right? And he felt like they had a second skin. So yeah, I mean, this is just the way people want to dress up. For myself, I don't really like it to be close to my skin, but it's very personal, right? We all have our own way of dressing up. So I try to change things in the way I work. When I come up with a piece of garment, I like it to follow, you know, the silhouette, without necessarily being close to the skin. But this is my point of view. In what I do, I don't use those garments in neoprene or lycra, for instance. But we all do whatever we can, and to the best of our ability.
Well, as far as my dressing code is concerned, as an artist, therefore, yeah. Wait, I sort of design my stage costumes. I like to keep a little bit of what we call. I also like to keep some traditional Malagasy designs when I'm on stage. Well, first of all, because I like it, and secondly, I like to show my culture through my dress and costumes, and they're very beautiful, actually. It remains. It's a blend of traditional and modern, and to give you a better idea, I've been a dancer in a group that my father was running, so I had some very tight, I was very short costumes. And then I started to do some solo numbers when I wanted to create my own group. I wanted to change this, and I wanted to show what I thought was very beautiful and lovely. So I'm more into larger fits, not tight to the body, but also because I had the opportunity to travel a little bit, so I went to some other countries, like some European countries, some Arab countries, and when you come into the Arabic countries, there was a moment when there was a paradigm shift in the way I was dressing that I had previously before I left Madagascar, because there the women are more covered than anything else, and since I've lived there, when I came back to the country, I couldn't go back to very tight fitting dresses. I think that I had another concept. I took some, I adopted a different style on stage, it was always I was wearing that on stage, but on the everyday dressing, my husband is French, so we have this mixed culture at home. So we eat French, Malagasy, and mixed. I always kept a part of Malagasy into the family, rice and whatever. But I always really make the effort to satisfy my husband. I see your compatriots laughing. Probably we have a few minutes left before we have our last cultural break. So I leave the stage to Paris. Very interesting on my side. Maybe some stories I can tell on the body. I have I have my Parisian dresses and then my Malagasy dresses. So I do that so that I dress the way like the Malagasy would, so that I can sort of lose myself in the crowd without attracting an undue interest. I don't know how this. So if we dress in a certain way, they can immediately trace our origin. So when I come to Madagascar, when I left, so I had this friend that I cook rather Malagasy foods with a traditional rice staple, and then my adventure of cooking something else, and then I'm really requested to try and cook something else. Well, so if I eat my croissant in the morning with my coffee, so it's quite interesting. Yeah. Anybody else wants to take the floor? Yeah. First thing that I bought myself when I arrived in Paris was a rice cooker, and of course concerning the way we use our bodies. So I go out very, very often in Paris, where there's a lot of different music, Afro music, reunion music, and something that I didn't and continues to be my preference. So this is where I'm the more at ease and express myself. And for example, since my French friends, they go to a techno evening or nightclub, this was not at all in the way I used to move and like to dance. So when we talked about our relationship to our bodies, so we have a break because we have a little interruption in our communication. That's our relationship to our body. So we're going to use that interruption as and use our third break to present our artists. That will be the third break of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Artiste, je fais de l'art triste. Vous ne voyez pas ce que je vis au-delà des pistes. Chaque jour pour moi est un jeu de risque. Ce qu'on vit ne ressemble pas toujours à ce que vous voyez dans les clips. On dit souvent que mon art porte atteinte à l'autorité des institutions libres. J'abuse de ma liberté d'expression. À connotation, le slam est devenu synonyme de rébellion. On dit souvent que mon art ne sert à rien. On dit souvent que slammer ne sert à rien. On dit souvent que danser ne sert à rien. On dit souvent que faire du ride ne sert à rien. On dit souvent que faire de la peinture ne sert à rien. Allez leur dire à ces messieurs, madame, je sais tout, qui savent tout sauf rien, qu'on est tous sauf rien. Allez leur dire, allez leur dire, allez leur dire qu'on est tous sauf rien.
Hey. Hey. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Hey. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Nouveau l'école. Ça fait. Nouveau l'école, c'est nous-mêmes qui causons. La vérité, c'est nous-mêmes qui posons. Nous ban punchline, c'est nous-mêmes qui causons. Et ce qui nous doux est là ou là qui disait. Donc l'homme l'homme fait l'exposer. Écoute pas haters, écoute un excusé. Accepte les critiques. Mais franc, on a beaucoup qui a abusé. Bon, pour me là, pour montrer mon talent, moi, n'a fait mal. L'islam, c'est mon calmant. Est-ce qu'il nous rapide? Non, nous, poil doucement. Et moi, n'entier dans mon parole. Prétentieux, ça n'est pas vrai. Nous trop violence à nous d'accord. Nous cherchons des notes pour trouver. Hey. Nous cherchons des notes pour trouver. Hey. Nous cherchons des notes pour trouver. Hey. Nous cherchons des notes pour trouver.
16 bars nakata maji niangushe ma restaurant. Walichocha kanisa kwa misa kabisa na kisha wakakuja kulamba kondo za Bwana kwa jina la Baba. Tukiimba hosana tutakosana. Wakasema ni mazishi lakini hatukuona misalaba. Anshe kama milkshake wacha siasa bado kabana. Kijana omoka, kijana okoka, wachana na waba, wachana na jaba. Tutaomoka, tutafungua vinyozi kwa jina la Baba. Mina mashida, waltapat kangata na waba. Mina mashida, waltapat kangata na waba. Gata na waba. Mina mashida, waltapat kangata na waba. Mina mashida waltapat kangata na yeah gata na waba gata na waba mina mashida waltapat kangata na waba mina mashida waltapat kangata na gata na gata na waba gata na waba mina mashida waltapat gata na waba gata na waba gata na waba kasi badai
Gata na waba,
mina mashida
gata na gawa,
gata na dawa, hata na dawa, mina mashida waltapat kangata na waba, 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 gata na we, gata na yeah, gata na wo. Gatana waba, mina mashida waltapat kangata waba, mina mashida waltapat kangata yeah, gatana waba, gatana wo, gatana waba, mina mashida waltapat kangata waba, mina mashida waltapat kangata yeah, gatana wo, gatana waba, mina mashida, gatana waba, gatana waba.
Gata na waba. Gata na waba.
Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Mauritius.
Ouais.
Allez, presque. Ouais, donc, et on fait un... Allez, un rond.
Un, deux.
Un deuxième. Allez, top. Edine devant les micropholies. Edine. Monsieur Bouguelou. Il est où? Ah, top. On fait devant le graphe ou on fait là? Avec eux, non? On fait ça avec eux derrière nous. Ouais, allez. Alors nous sommes toujours en direct et on profite de l'euphorie générale. On profite de l'euphorie générale pour remercier tout le monde, ces artistes qui nous ont fait.
We're going to take this opportunity to thank all the artists, all these artists who've been. We can congratulate them and really thank them for their contribution. Can you, Edine, can you? So we're going to close the multiplex and the media live and all the debate that was carried out around this, yes, in this forum. What we're going to do now? We're going to have a jam session. So we're going to have, the live is now over. And for us here and all the participants and audience, and the 4th edition is over, but we're going to pass the baton to Côte d'Ivoire. So we hope Côte d'Ivoire will take over, and we wish them as much content, rich content, as we have had. Thank you very much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Sponsorisé par...
qui évolue dans les secteurs du jeu vidéo et du divertissement. Je suis ici aujourd'hui en tant que membre du comité qui se tiendra bientôt en Côte d'Ivoire. En effet, du 20 au 22 avril 2024, Je m'appelle Sidik Bakayoko, je suis le fondateur de Paradise Game, une entreprise qui évolue dans les secteurs du jeu vidéo et du divertissement. Je suis ici aujourd'hui en tant que membre du comité éditorial de la 5e édition du Forum Notre Futur, qui se tiendra bientôt en Côte d'Ivoire. En effet, du 20 au 22 avril 2024, Abidjan, notre capitale économique, accueillera la prochaine édition du Forum qui a pour thème « Hériter du futur ». Nous échangerons sur l'importance de cultiver la diversité du patrimoine si nous souhaitons créer un avenir commun entre le continent européen et le continent africain. En choisissant ce thème, nous notons le fait qu'il y a des richesses et des maux du passé que nous souhaitons mobiliser pour dialoguer et les transformer pour inventer de nouveaux possibles. Les forums Notre Futur invitent à des dialogues directs et francs et c'est un exercice, ma foi, très intéressant qui demande à trouver un équilibre entre transmission intergénérationnelle et transmission interculturelle. Il faut voyager à travers les imaginaires en gardant une dose d'humilité et en gardant une dose de pragmatisme. En tout cas, bravo à vous tous qui avez participé à cet événement. J'avoue que j'ai été bluffé par la qualité des échanges depuis vendredi. Je salue la démarche inclusive et participative de l'événement et je vous le dis, vous avez mis la barre très haut. Sachez que l'équipe d'Abidjan est fière de pouvoir prendre le flambeau et fera tout son possible pour rester dans la droite ligne des ambitions de ce forum, à savoir échanger pour se comprendre, échanger pour co-construire et réinventer notre avenir commun en créant de nouvelles passerelles. Je vous invite donc à Abidjan du 20 au 22 avril 2024. Félicitations encore à tous et à très bientôt.